Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good evening today. Welcome to Questing for Glory 2, Hope and Healing. We have an excellent stream coming up. We have a nice little gem of a game called Golden Sun, Dark Dawn, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I'm your host, Gagalikis, and I'll be hosting for our runner here, legrandgrand.
Hi.
Go ahead and say hello to the audience.
So I'm legrandgrand, and I'll be running Golden Sun 3. With me on commentary, we have Rafi.
Hello.
And Austin.
Hello.
And yeah, it's we will have time to talk about the game a little bit during the intro. So let me just grab the file name. What is it? The name for Matthew?
Matthew, I think
That is... Yep, OPT, all capitals.
OPT, okay.
Won by a landslide.
Yeah, it was not even close. But thank you for all the donations anyways. It seems we raised $500 with this name, believe it or not. And it's really appreciated. Blueser was a close second place with $15, and then Nami was in third place with $10.24.
All right, so I guess we're ready, and countdown now for the start of the run. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, Legrand.
Excellent. Thanks.
Good luck. Good luck. Hope everything goes good.
I hope so as well. So there is going to be this about this intro for about 5 minutes. I can't mesh it. There's nothing to do about it. So you get to read the lore about what happened in the game for the last 30 years now, since the events of Golden Sun 2. So this game was released on the DS in 2010, and is the last Golden Sun. Sadly, we'll go to see a fourth one, but alas, things are as they are. And yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the history of this game as a speedrun. So up until July this year, 2021, up until July 2021, this game was about 7 hours long and was mostly glitchless. Now, as you can see with the estimate, it is now a lot more glitched, and there's a lot that's been going on in the last 4 months. And that's what we call DDR, or Dark Dawn Revolution. So it was all begun by a community member called Valisa, and so big shout out to her. She was starting to run this game and started to mess around on the overworld and found a way to go out of bound from Simclit. And from there, a few people that were interested in the game started to mess around with it and finding more and more glitches. So big shout outs to Valisa, Regnatrace, Fulgur, Plexa, and myself as well, who participated in breaking this game more and more. And yeah, the first two glitches that were found, we had first a glitch in the overworld that, well, you'll see it's pretty broken. It's called Miracle Bridges. It allowed us to just completely break the game and allow us to go basically anywhere we like, making us be able to skip a lot of areas. And that was mostly, well, that was really a team effort on that one. Valisa, Reg, Fulgur, fun stuff with Miracle Bridges, and we kept finding more and more. Plexa also participated. Meanwhile, Regnatrace also found Angel Clip. I like to call it like that. Pretty much in parallel, which allowed us to skip even more stuff. And then it just kept happening. More and more glitches were found, more and more exploits, more and more tricks to make things easier, to skip dungeon, to skip cutscenes, skip content overall. And the latest found was, I think it was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, and the latest route now that we have for this game is a week old. So things are still changing nowadays, and I'm really excited to show off everything that we have here.
Wow, less than a week, and you're still finding new tech.
Yeah, it's so like most of the time we have like one runner do a run with a new route, and then there's a new route going out, and so we keep having to relearn everything. It's quite interesting.
Yes. A lot of work put
Um,
into the game. A lot of different community members.
And another
So-
really interesting thing with this run is how, like, eventually Plexa figured out Moloch, which I'll explain when we get there, and that led to actually 3 different routes that were competing with each other in order to go fast. You had Early Sveta, which was the strat that everyone was using up until now, which lost time getting Sveta, but then had a way easier time in early game. No Detour, which just skipped any extra content just to go fast at the cost of like having difficulty to clear areas and bosses. And finally, the Jin Heist route, which was believed for a very long time to be like slightly slower than the 2 others, but now it is actually the fastest one, and is the one that I'm going to showcase, and is most impressive in terms of glitches. So I'm really glad I get to show it off. And the fun thing with those 3 routes is that Plexa was working on the earliest Veda route, I was working on No Detour, and Reg and Valisa were working on Jin Heist at the same time. So we were all trying to compete and try to see to show that our route was the best. And so it was really interesting because like we always had to try and beat the other in our routing. So it was a really interesting state that we had for the last 3 months or so. It's going to be cool.
It's always nice when you can compete with a game and all of you are going for a better time, and then you can share tech with each other. It's great to be part of a gaming community where people come together and all try to improve their times on the game.
Like I've always seen the speedrunning as a place where you compete, trying to beg and get a better time, but I've never seen competing routes, and it was really interesting in that regard as well. It was a very unique moment. It's okay, the intro is nearly over, guys. I hope you read all of this while I was talking, because I'm not going to explain all this lore.
Yeah, I saw
there's-
someone in chat ask if this is just 5 hours of text scrolling, and I said, no, like, we got to catch up on 30 years of lore.
Yeah, there were a couple of games before this one, so
There will be a quiz later. Oh,
Exactly.
don't do that. I'm not even sure I remember all the lore.
that's okay. We can all learn it together as the game goes through. Well, the parts we get to see.
So now I get to mash cutscenes. Yay.
Ah, yes, the text mashing in this.
So, like, yeah, the intro is a bit long. It's like 5 minutes long, but at the same time, when you compare it to Golden Sun 1, which had a 40 minutes intro, this game is fine.
Not to
So, yeah,
mention
if you
there
remember-
was. Oh, go ahead.
Hmm?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah, Isaac kind of got older, I guess. While this intro goes on, if you have any donations you want to read or anything.
Absolutely. I believe we have a couple here. Just 1 second. I'll be right with you.
Sure. So meanwhile, we can see that Garrett is now also old and is growing a magnificent mustache. So yeah.
He's got a dad mustache. He's allowed to make dad jokes now.
to move. Incredible.
Is it ever implied how old Isaac, Garrett, and like everybody else is in the previous Golden Sun games, or no?
I think they're 17-ish. At
So
least
they're
for
like-
Isaac and Garrett.
So they're like 40s in Dark Dawn.
Yep.
Man, they look
They-
really good. They look really good for 40.
Yeah, because they participated in the Golden Sun event at the end of Golden Sun 2, they age much more slowly than normal people.
It's the power of the Golden Sun that we can see in the distance, by the way. Well, Tyrell, Garrett's son, is goofing around and messing up with very important gear, which allows to fly. So Tyrell, pretty much just like his father, is a complete idiot. But it's okay, he's our idiot. So we'll have to save him, eventually.
Alrighty, I do have a donation here. I have $25 from an anonymous donor that just says, "Good luck on the run, Legrand. Got to get me a chance to win that adorable plushie." And another $25 donation from an anonymous with no comment.
Thank you for your generous donations.
Yes, we appreciate them.
Yeah, there's a Jenna plushie to win, right?
Yes, $25 minimum donation.
It looks absolutely adorable. I gotta say. Thanks for the good luck, GK.
Apparently, one of those donations was actually GK's, but he don't know how he ended up as anonymous.
Alright, so we get slightly different menus from Golden Sun 1 and 2. Instead of having like some sort of tables, we have a long line that we can only scroll with left or right. Which means that menus are technically a little bit slower in this game compared to the original, to the GBA games. But since it's a touchscreen, we can actually use a touchscreen in order to do menus. Which means that like it's actually pretty fast to do menus in this game if you use the touchscreen. You can get you everyone else who is not using the touchscreen. I keep mentioning them that like they should use the touchscreen, but they never do it, and I'm always sad.
So is there any like certain safety saves that you make with Legrand that potentially have like soft lock or hard lock material?
Oh yeah, there is quite a few ways to soft lock in this game, so I'm going to make sure and safety save wherever I need to. It's very important to pick up the lore, so you remember this giant 5-minute cutscenes? We just picked it up in the book in the shelf. It's going to be very important. So now we have to save Tyrell, supposedly. And we have to go in that entrance on the top right, and we definitely shouldn't be able to go in the world map, because then we would be able to proceed in the game, and that would be very bad, right? Because we don't have a fire adept yet.
Oh yeah, that would not be good at all.
Yeah. We really shouldn't do that. And like, even Isaac is telling us that, like, you have to save your friend. Don't go down. It's not this way. It's that's because it's like, hey, yeah, head for the fire path. Sure. I'm heading there. And yeah, let's put there here. Can you? Please? There you go. So, as you can see, I'm slowly moving right now. So this is angle clip, or angel clip, or whatever you want to call this. Yeah, we can clip out. We'll see, eventually it's going to work out. It always
Pretty
takes
much.
a bit.
No, you go on.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
It pretty much works everywhere where there's an acute angle in the geometry, which is why it's called an angle clip. Or angel clip, because you need the patience of an angel to pull it off.
I definitely was not expecting to do our first out of bounds almost 14 minutes into the run, to be honest.
Yeah, and now we skip Tyro, so we're never going to see him again.
Wow, that is a huge skip.
That's nuts.
Is what I would say if we didn't need Tyro, so we'll have to grab it later.
So
So
now
then
with
why
the
am I
option,
doing? Why am I doing this if I need to pick up Tyrell? Well, it's because it's part of the Jin heist route. So first we have to pick our real friend, which is Flint. And now we need to get our third party member, which is not going to be Tyrell, but it's going to be Reef, which is supposed to be the first party member. But you know, we're just doing things out of order. And how do we do that? Well, out of bound, baby. So if I can get the position, there we go. I'm going to save just in case. So yeah, bridges in this game are very easily, well, we can collapse through bridges without much trouble. Early on encounter here. And we can go out of bounds on the war map. Just like that. So I'm not supposed to take encounters in the world map, but, well, there's a few edges here and there where you can. And, yeah, remember the first point of no return where we just got there? And we'll have to get back to Tyrell eventually, so, yeah.
that is blowing my mind. You just walked over the entirety of that mountain range.
Yep, we skipped like 2 towns and 3 dungeons right there.
Wow.
That's a lot of game.
Unbelievable.
That is crazy.
That's about 20 minutes of gameplay.
Wow.
So, like, the thing is, I just explained I could go wherever I want on the world map, right?
Right.
So, what is stopping me from going to the final dungeon? Well, I could go there right now if I wanted to. The problem is, in order to clear stuff in Golden Sun games, you need synergies. And, well, in this game, you also need a few items in order to finish the game, which is the Umbra Gear. So I need to collect the Umbra Gear still, in order to clear the final dungeon. And in order to clear the final, to get the Umbra Gear, I need a lot of synergies. I need Drip, Crush, Hard Heat, and Cold Snap. And so all we have to do throughout this game is get all those synergies, and then get the Umbra Gear, and then finish the game. It's still going to take it 4 hours, but as you can see with how little requirement there is, if you can skip one requirement, you're going to skip a lot of content still. But alas, we can't do that. By the way, why am I picking Reef right now? It's because if you go back to the intro with your third character, it is not exactly like supposed to happen, and things are going to be weird and interesting at the same time. So we took that cutscene, that took a little bit, for a very, very good reason. And now, just want to count. It's a good encounter. So yeah, Matt and Karis are level 1, and Riff is level 12. Just
Oh boy.
yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's like we're breaking the game too much. Okay, can you just kill me though? That's not an attacking move, Pixie.
So I would like to point out that bridges merely seem like suggestions.
Mm-hmm. Well, bridges are a way to go out of bound, so it's a bridge to another world, if you want to call it like that. All right. So because this is a marathon, I'm going to heal here. So right now the whole party is dead, but we have Wraith here in this section of the game, which is the start of the game. Yeah, nothing wrong with
So
that.
we're just gonna take a death abuse and we're just gonna go back to the beginning of the game.
Yeah, as I explained, we need Tyrell, and you might be wondering why we need Tyrell. Well, we need to use Hard Heat, and the only character that can use it wasn't the right synergy. Oops. Oh well. That should do. And the only character that can use Hard Heat is Tyrell, so we need to grab Tyrell still. If we can skip Hard Heat, then yeah, we are going to have to reroute the game again.
To be fair, you also need Crush and Fireball.
Oh, right, yeah, you do need Crush, so we still need Tyrell to use Crush. Right. So, after this, we have a little cutscene explaining how to use synergies in the dungeons. And I don't want to say this, so I'm just going to clip past that tutorial.
More out of bounds. I love it.
Yep. The angles in order to clip out of bound are like pretty precise. And it can be hard sometimes to read when you're clipping and you're not. But there's a little bit of practice, it's not really that bad.
So how are you capturing the game, Legrand?
I'm using a DS capture card. So I'm capturing it on an original DS.
I was curious about that. I wasn't sure. I mean, like, I knew DS capture cards were a thing. Not that I think they make them anymore, question mark, because I'm not 100% sure about that.
I'm not sure either. I had a friend make it for me. So, yeah. But it was like 3 or 4 years ago.
I think that raises a very good question because if I'm not mistaken, DSs on the bottom have the touchpad. So how would that work with emulation?
You could use your mouse.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just like the mouse compared to the stylus is just not really comfortable using. It just doesn't work really well, even though you think it work. Like as soon as you try. Okay, it's Flint again. We already have you in our party. So this is a tutorial explaining you how to use gens and that beautiful presentation that Flint worked for 30 years to make. So pay attention. He really improved since Golden Sun 1 and 2. And Riff is actually in the tutorial right now. So this tutorial explains you how to use gens. So gens have 3 states. They're all, either set to give you better stats in particular classes. You can use them in order to activate their specific effects. Every gens have a specific effect. And once they are on standby after they are used, they can be used together in order to use powerful summons that we're going to see now. And it's also very important that every characters have this, like, an equal number of gens in the party.
Very important.
Yeah, very, very important. So this tutorial is supposed to use a Ramses, but because I have Flint on Reef right now, it's using Cybele. I should have let that cutscene go, it's pretty cute.
It's hilarious that this tutorial works out with Reef the way it does.
So there is one annoying thing with Tanglewood. Because like our parents are there and they don't want us to die, they're going to join in the party as soon as we get into an encounter. The thing is, on our third slot, we have Rift right now. So if they join our party, they're going to remove Rift from our party, which is kind of bad. I kind of like having my third character already. So we have to never take an encounter ever in this dungeon. How do we do that? Well, every time you enter a new room in this game, you actually reset the encounter counter that is going from 0 to 6, from 1 to 16, and once it hits 16, you get an encounter. So you can like go through dungeons without taking any encounters ever. It also resets whenever you save and quit, and because there is some rooms that have a pretty likely chance to give us an encounter, we are going to make sure we just never get an encounter by doing a lot of saving. It doesn't kill the run if I get into an encounter, technically, but it's going to kill my route. And yeah, don't like that.
We definitely don't want that here.
No. Alright. This way. Alright, no encounters in the first room. Yay. So just like in Golden Sun 1, you can hotkey, and Golden Sun 2, you can hotkey synergies to L and R. And this time in this game, they actually show up on the UI, so it's pretty neat to know what you have on L and R, unlike Golden Sun 1 and 2.
Speaking of synergy, they patched retreat glitch from the first 2 games, but we got so much better things in return.
Yeah. The other annoying thing that we lost is Sanctum Warping. So in Golden Sun 1 and 2, if you pressed L when you loaded the file, you could go back to the previous Sanctum instead of reloading your current location. Which means that if I ever want to go back to a town, I need to death warp out. Sadly. Yeah. Please.
And if we get soft locked, it's a big problem in this game because no Sanctum Warp.
Yep, that is all. Sanctum Warping allowed to avoid soft blocks, and if your save file was corrupted, it was always going to send you back to the last Sanctum you visited. So it was a pretty nice feature, and it's kind of sad that it's not here in this game anymore, but hey. Do like what you can do.
We can't have nice things forever, unfortunately.
Yeah. It would have been really interesting to have a way to unsoftlock yourself in this game, because there's a lot of places, because of glitches, that can softlock you. Please, movement.
For example, after the first bridge clip after Flint, it's very easy to softlock if you hit the land next to the river.
Yeah, because we're hitting lands that we're never supposed to hit. The encounter counter can go up, so you can't die, and you can clip out in a few places in the overworld. So yeah, if you don't have a safety save before, you can just say bye-bye to your run.
So there is a lot of dangerous places to go in the topography of the overworld when you're clipping.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I'll always safety save before one of them.
And that's why I'd asked my question earlier, because I was curious if there was, like, if you could, if you didn't save before you go out of bounds, that you're going to soft lock yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, we don't want to soft lock.
Oh yeah, for sure. If it was a normal run, I would just try to go for a water card, because I know those places and I know how to avoid them. I wouldn't save, but you never know. Like a misinput can just drain your run. You definitely don't want that to happen in Martin, do you? I certainly don't. So I don't have that many backup saves. I am on consoles and I only have a few saves. Anyway, this is the first boss of the game, Tingle Bloom. You're going to see it once Garrett leads up the room a little bit. It's a pretty easy fight because like Garrett and Isaac at the start of the game give you 6 gens. 3 on Isaac, 3 on Matthew, 3 on Karis. So you have a lot of firepower compared to how you're supposed to start the game with only 1 gen. Now those gens are going to be removed from your party from Matthew and Karis as soon as you leave this place. But the thing is, they never check for reef gens. And they never check for gens that are not the gens that they give you. So what if we could find a way to steal them? Rather, should I say, to hide them? Well, you'll see. But first off, the boss, you'll see it's pretty quick. It's pretty simple.
We have lots of Mars Gen and the boss is weak to Mars, so this is simple.
Yep. So that was the boss. Yep. Very hard boss. Hold on. Oops. So now I need to move my gens around. So really make sure to always have this same amount of gens on your party. Okay, I'm supposed to have you here, you here. Oh, so what exactly just happened there? Huh? There were gens that disappeared, and also like Rift starting with only 1 gen, but like don't worry about it. It's fine. So that's the Moloch gen that you couldn't exactly see on the bottom screen, but you could see it on the top screen because like the game had problem displaying it. Because it's not the gen that should exist. It's a gen created by human hands, basically like Mewtwo. So Moloch is a corrupted gen that you can create if you click the touchscreen as soon as you confirm when you gave a gen to someone else. And if you put it on an existing gen, it's going to corrupt that gen and turn it into a Moloch. Now, why is this good? Moloch gives plus 100 HP and plus 100 agility on top of plus like 10 defense when it's set. Karis has 28 HP right now. And like 30 agility. So it allows me to always attack first on a battle and be extremely tanky to the point where you can't really die. On top of that, you can stack Molochs on a character. So they can get plus 200 HP and plus 200 agility. So yeah, Moloch is very good. And it's going to make the solo game a lot more safe. And because like the game only checks for ground sap and ground sap, granite, and the 3 other margins that I removed, and removed them from Matthew and Karis. Well, because they weren't in Karis and Matthew during that cutscene, they weren't removed. So I'm technically starting the run with 6 more gens than I'm normally able to. And that is the power of Gen Heist route.
And the Moloch glitch is one of the glitches that only work if you use the touch screen. It's impossible to do with the D-pad and buttons.
Yep.
Interesting.
Like you need to press the touch screen with your finger when you confirm. The window for it is really short. It is not bad to do. Just have to like know about it. Oh well. just try to menu too fast and suddenly you get the Moloch and you're like, what the hell just happened? That's basically what happened to Lexa at that moment. It was very funny. I was like, wait, guys, I think I've got a corrupt Jins. How did I do this? I don't know, but it's funny and it has some really cool properties and it can soft-lock the game. Oh wait, oops, stole it away. And yeah, it's really, really cool Jin. So yeah, now the intro is over, and I have 4 characters and 7 Jins. Yep.
That's a pretty strong start.
It is. Flit isn't here.
I was definitely not expecting to have a full party and 7 extra Jins, or 7 Jins in general, to start off the first almost like 40 minutes.
And not just any Jin, we have ground and granite, which are both quite overpowered.
Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Okay. So, our next state of business is getting through comparons, because as I explained, we need a few synergies in order to play the game. One of them is grip, and Compa has grip, so we're just going to go to comparons. But first, we have to go to Carver's Camp in order to set our new Death Warp location. And we'll pick up Joe. Nice little Mercury. That'll be useful later on. So we also skipped like a few more content. Like you're never going to skip Synergy Battleground, Ding Dragon, which was another boss, by the way, and all that stuff. And another clip, and now we're going to go straight to comparons. Yes.
So I would like to point out, Inazuma is trying to get me to play Dark Dawn again, and I literally have not played Dark Dawn since its initial release.
Oh, wow. So, a while.
Yeah. And actually, I have a funny / like cruel story. Like, originally when Golden Sun 1 came out, like, I had bought it and I let my friends borrow it. Like, I had played probably, like, I don't know, like 10, 15 hours, and I didn't really care for it all too much at first. But then when my friends got done borrowing it, and they were like, oh yeah, like, you need to play it. Like, it's really good. So I sat down and I pretty much no life the ever living crap out of it after my friends let me have it back. And then Lost Age came out, and I really enjoyed that. And then Dark Dawn came out, and I really like that too, despite what some other people might think.
Yeah, so the reason why, like, we can go anywhere we want in the other world, but the thing is, we still need synergies, and while Grid only requires us to do this dungeon, there's a few other synergies that are going to require us to do a lot of side questing in order to get the synergies we want. Mostly Art Heat and Cold Snap. And then, well, we also need a boat. Actually, I never mentioned that. We need a boat, and Yo-Yo and Himi, and in order to get a boat, you have to go through a 45 minutes long dungeon. So, yeah, it still got a lot of content, but as soon as you remove one of the requirements that is left, you can cut out a lot of stuff. But the problem is, how do we do that? And, well, right now we don't have any answer. But who knows? We might stumble on something.
I would really like to see Camelot come back and possibly give us a Golden Sun 4.
One of the biggest critique you can have about this game is that it sets up a lot of stuff, and like the story gets somewhere, and then there's a big cliffhanger. But like, there's a lot of stuff that is incomplete, or like you could do so much more with it. And a Golden Sun 4 would give a very, very interesting sense of closure to this game. And alas, we are been waiting for a really long time now, and we're still waiting.
11 years, yeah.
11 years. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's a long time.
I've noticed that if you do have to wait a long time and then they do end up coming out with a remake, usually they put it into the works for a long time, so it's usually a pretty good remake.
I hope so.
I would give examples, but Final Fantasy Remake is the only one that comes to mind. The 7 remake is amazing.
Yeah, that's honestly about the only thing that comes to mind, like right offhand, that isn't like a remaster. It's actually a completely different game than the original Final Fantasy VII.
Even if it's not a remake, I'd like a continuation still.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like something, give me something. I'll take it.
Yes. Right along the original storyline too, because this game actually does have a really good storyline.
It has also a good soundtrack, despite this dungeon being like that.
This is generic dungeon theme number 1.
Thanks, Sakuraba, for your really bad dose.
But there's a lot of really great tracks later.
Yeah. The dungeon crawling music I heard, it has a karma for not being the best, but as far as like the overworld or the themes or the boss battles, pretty good music.
For sure.
Very important item I'm picking up here. It's an Elven Shirt. Gives you a little bit of agility, and multiply your agility by 1.5, which is pretty massive. It's basically a Moloch on its own. Considering I'm going to be very under-leveled, it's going to be pretty great. Like right now I'm still level 1 on Matthew and Karis, so yeah. You can imagine that like, it's not going to get that much better.
I did get a donation here from Lemu, $25 donation, and the comment, I think I can handle this one. It's Jenna.
Nice.
So I think they want the Jenna plushie. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh man, I definitely can't imagine.
But thank you very much for your very generous $25 donation.
Yes, absolutely.
Our prize total is it's getting close to $5,000. We're at $4,341. And as everybody should be aware, all of your donations go to NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. They advocate for people who have mental illnesses and have all the tools to get you well on your way to the path of mental health. And it's very, very important these days that we're all aware. And one thing they definitely do is help anybody out. Their website is NAMI.com, and just stop by, give the site a look.
But I Gaggle took the words right out of my mouth. I absolutely agree with everything you just said. I had entered in the NAMI command in the chat, so definitely please check out the link. If you add, like, excuse me, I'm getting my words jumbled up, but yeah, please definitely check out the link, especially if you need or want the help.
Yeah, the Elven Shirt was always picked up in every route because it's not really a big time investment and it's a very, very rewarding piece of equipment that you're going to be able to use throughout the run. There's a sludge fight, but it's also useful for, say, its final boss. Very, very useful and doesn't take any time to grab. However, there's a few other items that we don't grab that can improve your speed. The Ninja Guard and the Zol Ring, because it takes like a good minute to grab. Well, this one just takes like 10 seconds maybe.
And the Elven Shirt also gives a defense bonus, but you don't need defense if the enemy never gets an action off.
I think we never really explained which gins we got from the gin heist. So ground is probably the most interesting one. It prevents an enemy from doing an attack in a turn. When you're fighting bosses and you can prevent them from doing one attack, once they only have one attack, that means that you have a free turn. It's very good. And so this is the only route. Jin Heist is the only route that can get a Jin that can have this effect. The other really interesting Jin that we got is Granite. It is going to shield you, and you're going to take only 60% of the damage you normally take, which is also very good when you get one shot by attacks. And the last Jin that we got is that, which has some very, very good damage output. And it's mostly just convenient because that means that we have, right now with Flint, we have 4 Venus Gins in our inventory. And if you know your Golden Sun, you know that allows you to use Judgment, which is the best Venus synergy that you can get outside of bonus summons. So very, very cool. We have a lot of DPS and a lot of way to control fights right off the bat. But
So
we're
I
not
take it
really-
you'll be. Oh, continue on, Legrand. I'll ask my question after you're done.
Yeah. We so like we have ways to deal with bosses, but we won't see any for a pretty long time. So yeah, it's still cool to point it out. Go ahead.
I'm assuming you'll probably be primarily leveling up boss fights when you don't skip them.
Yeah. There's still like a few boss fights, a few fights I have to take if I want to stay to be able to finish the game, because well, they're computer and there's some that also give you gins, and gins are still like very, very important to collect because that's like levels are important, but they're not as important as collecting gins for stats, for DPS, etc. So right now the route we have is collecting 33 gins total on top of the gins you gain naturally. And it's the minimum amount we are actually able to clear the game with, as far as we know. Well, there's probably ways to do it with less than that, but be really, 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 really inconsistent at this point.
Yeah, 33 is really cutting it close.
Yep.
There's 72 total in the game, so we're getting less than half. And a casual player will probably get most of these 72.
Like, Ragnatrace had a route which had 35 gins. I improved this route a little bit with 34, and the route that I'm doing right now is made by Plexa and only takes 30 gins. Alright, so I have grip. As you could see, it allows me to grip things from far away. Moloch Glitch. You need to stand by after. Alright, nice skeletons. So as you can see, I'm getting one shot by random encounters. Right now, I am quite on the level. At least on Mad and Karis. Well, I'm level 1, so. You're supposed to be out of Tanglewood Forest at level 3, by the way. So, yeah. Alright, so now that we have grip, what do we have to do? Well, the next step is RT. The thing is, in order to get RT, we need to find a way to enter Aithai. Mess up. Okay. And in order to enter Aithai, we need 2 items. We need the tree flute, and we need wood leather. So the tree flute, you can get it when you go through Passage. And wood leather is in Caucho. So we're just going to head to Caucho first.
This geometry here is really annoying to clip around.
Most importantly, if you get on the top of the plateau, you just soft-log because there's no encounter up there and you can clip out. Okay. So, Sun Saga, it allows me to reset the area and reset the encounter counter, but it also allows me to, well, because it resets the area, if you're hovering on a space that isn't walkable, the game is going to put you down on the reload. And Sun Saga allows me to do that, so it allows me to go out of bound. So reading the lore allows you to break stuff. TLDR. And thankfully, you can skip that cutscene when you open the book. So right now I'm in Caucho, and there's a few stuff I want to do before doing the content of Caucho itself. Because it's like basically right there. And there's a bridge right here. This clip is a little jank there. So we are heading to Lonely Island. So Lonely Island is supposed to be like one of the very, very last places you visit in the game. As you can hear with the ominous music. And it's a place where you pick up a number of gear, which is necessary to finish the final dungeon of the game. And right now I don't exactly have all the synergies in order to clear it. So why am I going here? Well, you probably know at this point.
And the armor he got from the chest, it's not actually for defense, but to sell it and get coins, because we need money.
Yep. So every time you die in this game, you actually lose a little bit of your money. And I'm going to die so much into this early game, and well, I also started with so little money that if I try to revive people right now, I just don't have the money. So I need to sell something in order to revive people. And this Asher armor is, yeah, very, very good for that. So if you pay attention to Matthew's shadow right now, you can see it's slowly moving towards the top of the statue.
Oh yeah, it's inching in.
Very, very slow, but it works. So, and there we go. Now, how do I leave this place? Because, like, if you pay attention, there's no real good way to exit. Well, just our usual strat. Find an encounter to escort us towards the closest town. Well, latest town we visited, rather. All right, so we're back to Kyocho. And in Kyocho, there is, well, 2 items we have to grab in order to get synergies. The first one is Boost Letter. As I explained, it's what allows us to go to Aitai. And it's just, you can get it after a cutscene. So the second one is the Soul Mask, which is required in order to get Cold Snap. So we are going to get both of them right now. And you're not supposed to enter the Ouroboros, which has the Soul Mask, without Amity. So you'd have to go to Aitai first and also get Amity. But you can also just clip out. Well, clip inside, rather. There you go. Now the problem is this dungeon you're supposed to be at level 16 or something. Mad is only alive at 1 HP with level 1. So if I see an encounter, I'm dead. And that's why we're just going to save scums throughout the dungeon.
The Sun Saga also resets the encounter rate, but it doesn't work in dungeons, so we have to save scum.
Yep. There's a way to reset an area, either to use the Sun Saga or to save and reload. Now you can always save, except in like a few places, but the Sun Saga is only available in specific places, so.
And the encounter rate in this room is crazy high.
Yeah, it is.
Which is why there's a lot of saving in this room, even though it's so small.
Now, how much time would you say that you lose on every save and reload?
Maybe 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
I don't even know.
I think it's 14 for saving and reloading. I don't know what saving only costs. So yeah, it does take a long time.
Yeah, a little bit of time.
Well, there's no real other way to go through it, so.
You're not losing it.
Well, technically,
right.
you can go through rooms without taking any encounters if you're lucky, but it just requires so much luck that it's just not worth it in an arcade setting. So just take the safety save and go. That's basically the interesting part about Early Veda, because the Early Veda route gets Veda for all of the segments that I'm doing right now. And Veda is a level 22 character who comes with 6 gens. So she's higher level than Tisare and therefore is able to survive pretty much anything. On top of that, she has access to Revive, which I don't have access to right now. So having Sveta here allows you to not have to save scum, because you can guarantee your survivability. While here, it's basically impossible I survive anything. On top of not having to revive, making everything much lower every time I need to revive people. But the downside of Sveta is that you lose, I think it's 8 minutes getting Sveta, and you'd get her anyway later on. So it's straight up time loss. While Jin Heist is, taking 5 minutes to get Reef, and 6 gens, but 6 gens that you would otherwise have to collect. Alright, so now I have the Soul Mask, and I still need to go through the cutscene in Kyocho's Palace in order to get the Wolf Letter. So if you have anything to plug in, go ahead.
Excellent. I actually do. I have an extremely generous $100 donation from Marshmallow Mancer.
Wow.
Yeah, $100. So thank you for that. That's very, very generous. He said, "Hello, Speed Aficionados. Thank you for playing. Thanks for playing hard for this great cause, and thanks for keeping me company during my long night shifts, which is a way currently helping his mental health. So it's thematically appropriate too. Since I've been struggling with various mental health issues most of my life, NAMI is a very important cause to me, and one that I am all too happy to support. The fact that I get to do so while watching people eviscerate some of my favorite RPG games from my youth is certainly a great bonus on top of everything else. Please keep on doing what you do. Bring us so much joy to a world that, let's face it, is pretty dark at the moment, but your efforts are needed now more than ever. And thanks again. And they're psyched to keep an ear for all the action all week long. So we really appreciate that $100 donation, Marshmallow Mancer.
Yes, thank you very much for your very generous donation, and we will continue on, keep it on. And we are absolutely more than happy to provide entertainment during your night shifts.
The red-haired girl here is Chalice. She's one of the main antagonists of this game. You were supposed to meet her before in Compa Ruins, but we kinda skipped that.
We kind of skipped a lot of content so far, huh?
Yeah,
we're
we have
also supposed. We're also supposed to have already gone to Passage and get a few cutscenes earlier. And yeah, just probably skipped about an hour of content so far.
Including some character introductions. We're just later introduced to them at a later point in the story, I guess.
Yeah, lots of cutscenes that are skipped. It's always good.
Yes.
So the lore about HA is that King Wu here is trying to conquer Aethai, so right now his army is sieging it, and the only way to enter is to get a letter from him so that we can try and conquer the city, which is totally what we're going to try and do. That's basically it.
I see we got the old trapdoor mechanic pulled on us.
Yep. And, well, the Ouroboros is not supposed to be activated right now, but it is, so yeah, don't worry about it.
That
It looks
totally
like a
doesn't
meat
look...
grinder.
Yeah, that totally does not look safe. All 4 characters standing on that fan.
Oh, good. It's fine. Trust. So yeah, now that I've got the letter, I can just death warp again. And I forgot to sell the Ashura armor when going to Kung Fu, so there's a little bit of time having to backtrack after this. This movement wasn't unnecessary. And suddenly I'm rich. Which now I have to revive my 1 HP, my level 1 characters. So because Karis is only level 1, it only costs 20 coins to revive her. It's dirty cheap.
So it bases the amount of money on what level they are.
Yep.
Very similar to Dragon Quest.
Granite was chill. Was okay. Until do it like that for now. So now it's time to go to Passage. We've done everything we have to do in Kyoto. Wow, please.
Coming up is the first fight we're actually gonna take, as in complete successfully.
Yep. And just one judgment and GG. You can actually skip the animations in this game if you mash X, Y, and or A. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. 4 levels. Just a little bit under-leveled. This is Ether, so a very, very quick gen to pick up. Straight on the way.
And the battle strategy for the upcoming area is Judgment destroys everything. I think literally everything.
Yep. Well, you're not supposed to have Judgment this early in the game. So despite being very under-leveled, I have very, very strong damage output. Which is nice. Yep, please. Oh yeah, you're not getting away. And yeah, even though I'm really under level, because I have Moloch, I have plus 100 agility, which just means that I'm just like attacking first every time, guaranteed. Oh, sleep bomb. That's annoying. Alright. So where are we going to Passage? There's actually noob synergy up there, but there's progression. So once I use a soul mask up there, that's going to allow me to get to our parents, which has Cold Snap. And after a few cutscenes, I will also get the Tree Flutes, which allow me to get Art Heat. So that way I'll be able to complete both Aitai and our parents right away. Now that's annoying. Please don't kill Karis. Yes, keep on targeting Matthew. No.
The fleet chances in Golden Sun games are dependent on the level difference between your party's average level and the enemy's party's average level.
Yeah, and because my level is really low, my chances to run away is really not that good. So that's why you kind of want to fight them at this point, especially considering how fast the fights are. Wait, I want to have that as well. As I said earlier, the route changes a lot. I haven't had much time to practice this route, unfortunately. So things are going to be slow. I was supposed to attack there. This is a range if I kill, or not. Yeah. Listen. So this is Bark. He has the same effect as Grana, which means that right now I have 2 gens that can give me a shield.
And they're both conveniently Venus Djinn, so you can chain them into judgments, which is pretty busted.
Just... Okay. On top of that, ground is also Venus, so you can use Granite, ground. Attack first. Attack first guarantees my chance to run away, as one would expect. So, very nice. So for the thing with Passage, at first when we started breaking the game, we thought that the cutscene I did at the start of the game where you get Reef in this box was required in order to get Reef. But turns out, whenever you do this cutscene, right here, Reef actually leaves the party, as you can see at the top screen. He's not in the party anymore. And after the cutscene, he actually joins your party again. But if you never... So that means that if you never went to compare runs, then you can get Reef here as well. And so that 5 minutes long cutscene where I got Reef is technically unnecessary. But so like it's time lost in order to get 6 gens, which when you think about it makes a very, very good ratio of time spent to get gens. And considering you otherwise take a lot of time to get other gens, this is why Gen Heist is just so fast now.
Passage is unfortunately the plot section of the game, so there's a lot of cutscenes here.
We have to go through a bunch of cutscenes in order to get access to Aethai and Harbor runs. So if you have anything to you want to plug in, go ahead. We'll be here for a while.
Excellent. Well, just a reminder to everybody out there, we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. I mean, they operate a national helpline available Monday through Friday, 10 to 10 Eastern Standard Time, which provides information, referrals, resources, and compassionate understanding with trained volunteers help. If you call them up, they can help you along with your path to increasing your mental health. They have education and support. Their website is full of information, statistics, everything. They advocate and raise awareness. Definitely a very upstanding charity, and all your donations are very much appreciated.
No, God damn it.
We do have another prize besides the plushie. So I know I mentioned it earlier that we do have a plushie that's running $25 minimum bid to get in on the drawing for it. But we also have a stream key for Arc Noir. There's just a $5 coverage for that. Puts you in the running for it.
Just to explain what's happening here, because we already have the soul mask and you're not supposed to have the soul mask yet, we have to clip into this house to get in. Because this house contains the tree flute, and if you already have the soul masks, then you have no way to enter the house. So we have to take the back entrance here.
And I messed up the clip inside, so you have to do. And that clip took forever.
And
I hate this
flute.
clip.
Yeah, it's not the best one. And the tree flute is required to enter AOFA. And the order in which we do Passage is messed up. You're supposed to fix the forge first, then get the tree flute, then get the sun mask, and then start the forge. But we're doing it in a completely different order because we already have the sun mask.
Mm-hmm.
If there's donations, I think you can read some here.
Oh, okay. Let me just check and refresh here. Doesn't seem we got anything in yet, but I can thank the restreams. We have a German restream right now at twitchtv.germenk. That's GERMENCH. And our Japanese restream is twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. So if you wanted to, you could check it out in Japanese or German.
I really like Passage. It's a very cool town. There's cool stuff going on, but in a speedrun, it's really not enjoyable anymore. Every time we go here, it's like, oh no, guts in corner.
I think it's 15 minutes of cutscenes in total or something like that.
Yeah, take about 15 minutes in here.
One thing I've always liked about this game is I like the little emojis that pop up on the head. So, like, even if you're not reading the text, you could still get where people are coming from in this game.
Yeah, it's mostly what makes cutscene long in Golden Sun in the Golden Sun series. Is because you can't match through emojis, you can't match through all the reaction, all the movement the characters do. And it's really lovely when you see it the first time around, but when you're matching through it, it's just very annoying.
You just want to get it over with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Cutscenes, the bane of speedrunners' existence.
Unskippable cutscenes.
Oh yeah, the worst.
In a casual playthrough, this is not so bad because all the cutscenes are split across 3 different visits. But because we want to go fast, we do everything in one visit, so we get all of the cutscenes immediately instead of splitting it up.
Actually, we do skip a few cutscenes here, because like the third visit we're never going to do.
Oh yeah, true.
Spoiler alert. So we're only doing like 2/3 of the cutscene here. It's still pretty long. It's time to reactivate the forge by lining up all the pieces. Very simple puzzle. Just like how you fix the boat in Golden Sun 2, now you fix the forge. Oh hey, hi old man. This really is the first time we ever see you. Because we skipped all of the bottom part of comparins, we also skipped the introduction of Kraden, which is supposed to appear a lot earlier than this, but we skipped that because it's slow. And Kraden right now is with Reef, sister Noelle, and Reef and Noelle are Mia's children, actually. Now, who is the father, we don't know. But it's not Pierce. That's for sure. There's a few interesting things about the previous characters of Golden Sun 1. We know Ivan having a child because it's Scaris. We know Isaac and Jenna had a child because it's Matthew. I think his mother is Jenna. I'm not sure anymore. Either way, and Garrett also Garrett also had a child, which is Tyrell. But we have no idea where Sheba I can't remember the Sheba, Pierce, and I can't really remember his French name. It's terrible. It's Babel in French, but it's Vlad. Yeah, there you go. No, Vlad's French name is Isaac's French name. God damn it. I can't remember. Either way, the protagonist of Golden Sun, but we have no idea what they are. Oh, the reason why we know it's Noelle isn't Pierce's daughter is because she kind of has a crush on Pierce, and that'd be extremely weird if it was her father.
Oh yeah, that would definitely be pretty weird.
It's already weird enough. Now, Kraden knows everything. You should know that, Volpe. So now there's a trend in Golden Sun games. Anytime you see an old man, you know that there's going to be a lot of dialogues. And this game is no different.
Old men in RPGs, they just love to talk. But they have wise wisdom.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Oh hey, the cutscene is
Exactly.
over, we can leave, yay! Oh wait, we need to go back. Never mind.
Aw, heck.
Soul Mask. Now you get to see all that hard work paying off finally, because you're supposed to do all of Aethai and then go through the Ouroboros and then finally come back to see this cutscene. It's very, very cool, and it's always like a great moment. You play casually. Or even like, you know, glitchless speedrun.
So now, is there only one category for Dark Dawn?
Well, technically you could run glitchless, but there is no really interesting reason to run glitchless. Unless you want to see the extra content, I guess. Well, extra.
All
And
the stuff that we
actually-
don't skip in the speedrun?
Yeah. Actually, the 100% is also a category, but since 80% has changed a lot, no one has really the time to work on 100%.
I'm kind of curious to ask what 100% entails, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I want answers to my question.
It's get all gens and beat all the super bosses, I think. That's what it would be. Maybe get all
And get all the
summons, I mean.
encyclopedia entries, all the red text.
Oh yeah, okay. So get all the summons, all the gens, beat all the super bosses, and that's quite the content. Which is annoying because since we are doing all the skips here, there's a few places that are annoying to access. Namely, Craggy Peak and Doldrum are annoying, and yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday Plexa found a new trick to enter Craggy Peak Alley, which is not necessary in this category because we're never going there, but in 100% it's relevant.
So yeah, new discoveries every single week in Dark Dawnland.
Yeah. Well, mostly because now we are currently working on, well, taking the time to work on 100%, and yeah, there's quite a few things to find. Well, I say that, but there was Reg also figured out the proper movement to get into the Star Magician fight. which I'll be able to showcase hopefully without too much trouble. Still only going to have massive troubles, but it's okay. We have time. Like the estimate is 5 hours long, right? I'm pretty confident I can finish within in 4 hours 30, so that leaves us 30 minutes to struggle against our magician.
Oh, excellent.
Now, it wouldn't be that bad if it was 100% run, because you have a lot more glitches, gens and a lot higher levels, but alas. It's going to be more challenging. Alright, we can leave for real now. And we're never going to go back to Passage again. We can forget about this place entirely. Even though we didn't activate the cloud access to the Berlinsk area, the structure will repeat itself. Because we're not going to bother with that. We have other ways to go through the mountains. Right. So now our next spot is Aethe. As I explained, Aethe is where we are going to be able to get Artie, which is our next progression item. Well, in the plot, it's supposed to be the next progression item.
Going this way skips a few encounters.
Not that. It's supposed to be. Alright, so welcome to Aethe, city, water city. Quite a few cutscenes in here, and it's also like a place where casually, if you do everything, you stay here for a good hour. We're going to stay here for 15 minutes. Tops. Probably less than that, actually. I don't know. I never really timed it.
This city is a not so subtle reference to the ancient kingdom of Aeophea. Like most locations in Golden Sun reference real places.
Yep. If you look into it, if you pay attention, you've got a lot of really interesting railroad work references. Okay, obviously this is Indonesia, and you can even see it in the design as well. Like Kingvu's place heavily resembles China in medieval era. We'll visit Tonfon and Himi's place. I can't remember his name right now. Yamata, which heavily resembles Japan. Lots of really interesting references. Even with the continents as well, if you pay attention to it, you will see Africa, Oceania, etc., etc. Like, it's really, really well crafted. You wouldn't pay attention if you didn't care about it, but once you care about it, you look it up and you're like, oh, this is that. That's cool. I really like that about this game. This series. Really. Alright, so now we are supposed to use the flute in order to enter Aethe, but I have other plans. Because using the flute makes you go through a bunch of cutscenes, and I don't like cutscenes that much. As you could see in Passage. So we're just going to use our malicious tricks. Now this trick was found by Valisa, by the way. Like, actually everything that we find, that we have in Aethe was found by Valisa. I think about it.
This was found by Valissa while Plexo was doing a run. And he PB'd, but the PB was already refuted by the time he finished it because of the skip.
Oh, increased his time and then had to run it again.
That was what happened for some of the time. Okay, so now we have an out of bound full clip, which is like a little bit of timing. It's difficult. If you fail it, then you are actually back in bound, so you have to go down when during the fall. This one is also very difficult, so I'm not even sure I'm going to get it first try, but let's see. Alright, nice. That was very, very clean. So you can get encounters in this place as well, which is why I'm using the Saga. But yeah, we're in Aethai from the back entrance, which skips the Pythos introduction to Amity, saves a good 7 minutes. So now, as I said, we need the Drift Loot in order to enter Aethai. This is true in a casual standpoint. But in a speedrun, you don't need it. As you can see, I haven't used the Drift Loot. But in order to get a hard feed, I still need the Drift Loot. Because that's the only way to activate the boss fight. Yes, you heard it right. We're going to fight our first boss.
About 1 hour 30 in the run. Just boss fight. Seems reasonable.
We skipped like 3 or 4. 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we skipped 3 boss fights so far. And we're not even going to do it right either. I'm just going to save just in case things go wrong. But it shouldn't. Alright, so Sand Prince, because we have access to double judgment, we've got Drown, we've got Granite, we've got Bard. It's really not a hard fight. Defense, Granite, Mercury. But we don't want to have our party in the best situation at the end of the boss fight, and you'll understand why later on. Oh, that's very good. Defense, ground. Judge, Flint, Granite, Deck.
The idea here is to hope that Sand Prince kills everyone but Matthew, and then have Matthew finish the fight.
Yep.
Solo.
I actually wouldn't mind here that Brief survives. Mostly because of what's his name?
Tyrell?
Star Magician.
Oh.
So I'm just going to finish the fight now. It's going to make the death war a little slower, but I need to get levels most likely on Wraith anyway, so I'd rather do it now. That gives me enough EXP than later. But normally, yes, I'll just wait for Reef to die and and continue on. Because we are going to do a death warp after this. Now, why exactly? So Ardate is going to allow me to lower the water level in ISI. Which normally allows you to go to Bar Temple in order to get MET. Because that's the only... That's the normal way to exit this place. It's after getting MET, you just leave once you have MET. But we just came here to get Art Heat. And so the thing is, the water level only in the bottom room only updates when you leave this room here from the bottom. So there might be a way to not check that the water level is going back up here, because like if the water is back up, then you can actually leave this place. If you manage to get to the outside, which is a problem. And so now the water is up, but the flag to check it in the bottom room still thinks the water is low. So if I die, then I'm going to go back to that room with the water level low, even though it's globally set to be high. And turns out there's encounters in this room. So if I just die here, then I'm going to go back to the previous sanctum visited, and thus skipping that door.
And you got the classic attacks first while trying to death warp.
Yep. Oh no, everyone is dead. And so, if you look at the top screen right now, you can see that like the map is supposed to be covered in water, but if you look at the bottom below Caris, well, the water is low, as I explained. I'm supposed to do more menus than that. Please remember this, Simon. So right now, water is low here because I entered from a place where the water can only be low. Okay, I have to do the menu now. No chill on fake Moloch.
Goodbye, chill.
So doing this trade, so that was a fake Moloch. I only had one Moloch set on Tyrell. And the second one is just a fake one that is created because Carthagin blah blah blah. And putting trading chill there actually created a new Moloch where chill was. So now I'm back to 0 macro engine. And yeah, as you can see right now, the water is high, so that means I can just leave the place entirely skipping MET. So that's the second game where you can actually skip a character. Second Golden Sun game. The first one was Golden Sun 1, and if you skipped Mia, then... Well, things were slower, but in this case, things are fast. I forgot to practice a setup that Trick found for the better bridge clip. I just realized that, so now I have to do this stupid one.
We have a certain Plexa in the chat room.
Hi, Plexa.
And Plexa
Hello.
says, now we can skip 4 characters in the Lost Age.
Oh yeah, in Manip you can skip the reunion using dev storage. But you have to save a crit to
Yeah.
do it. In practice.
Oh my god. I hate this clip so much.
Not all bridges are created equally. Some bridge clips are easy, some are hard. This is one of the harder ones.
It just, like, sometimes just doesn't want to work here.
And once the water starts flowing in the river like it is now, the clips actually get harder compared to when there is no water.
Oh,
There we go. There's a better clips that was found earlier, like, I think 3 days ago or something, but I forgot about it until I got here and I was like, oh, right, there was a thing here. As I said, this game is still changing every so often. Anyway, now that the water is high because of Soul Mask here, we can enter our barons. If you find a way to enter this run with out of bound clips or whatever, you could skip entirely the Soul Mask, so you could skip the entirety of Ouroboros and just get Gold Snap this way. And we now have one of the best music in the game. Yeah, I know that you found it just for me, for Reg, but there's just so many things to practice in this game. I just, I forgot it. Forgot about it. I do know the way to get to Star Magicians though, so we're good on that.
Whee!
Ice physics. So if you know your Pokemon games, then you know how ice physics works in video games. You slide until you can't slide. That's how ice works. I this menu. This, and 3. Right. Okay. Definitely want to heal you. Sure. Just gonna save just in case, but nothing should go wrong.
Ice Cream has an instant kill ability, so...
Yeah, as I said that, I remember. Yeah. So I haven't come back to save you, old man, but I've come to kill the Ice Queen. So after this entrance, you fight this Ice Queen. Very fitting.
This old guy here is the same guy that guards Fusion Temple in Golden Sun 1.
Yeah, he's still alive somehow. Bark. Like, if you don't have any kind of protection against... Oh, no. Okay, no, we good. That was a potential killing ability. We're good. And now Ice Queen can't do anything for a turn. And then on next turn, I'm just outspeeding because Moloch. Prognate, Granite, Bark. So since Granite and Bark have priority in the orders are used, kind of like quick attack in Pokemon, we can use it before we try to use summons, which is pretty neat. On top of that, in this game, particularly in Golden Sun 3, if you try to use an ability even though you're not able to, so say you're trying to use a summon that costs 4 gens, but the fourth one isn't available yet, so the game is going to wait for the end of the turn to try and use it as soon as it sees that it's available, if you're basically like waiting for it to be available. So it's very, very nice in that regard. It's the same check that is done for status healing effects. And I think as well for healing, but I'm not sure about this one. Doesn't do it for revives though. It does it for Jin revive though, however. But not the Psynergy revive, which is annoying. But yeah. Very, very interesting in how lenient this game is with attack speed compared to Golden Sun 1 and 2, where you have to actually pay attention to your speed in order to have actions go in the right way. Which, like, we only realized that was the thing like a month ago or so. And I don't think any routes actually picked up on that, but it's a thing that exists. Yeah, I know it doesn't work for the Planetary Revive. I know it works for Jins. It probably does work for Water of Lives. I'm not sure. I haven't tested that. Oh wait, no, I need to click use the icon. So yeah, I have Arcade, I have Cold Blast, and Cold Snap. This is the only things I need in AJ region. So now I can just leave this place. And go to the next energy I need, which is Crush. Thank you. Now Crush is pretty far away, it's in Kolima. And Kolima, in order to get to Kolima, normally you have to go through Craggy Peak, and then Tyria, and then see Sveta, and then say bye to Sveta. And then get to Belinsk, realize that you have to save the musicians, and do a bunch of more side quests, and then you get to Kolima to fight, to get into Crush energy. Now, as you could hear, this takes a while, and it's a lot of cutscenes, and it's a pretty lengthy dungeons as well. So instead, we're just going to do some magic. Kolima and Balance are just places in Russia, correct? And as everyone knows, Balance is a place where there's only furries.
Sounds about right.
Alright, respecting the plateau. Remember, if I hit this plateau up there, I can't go back down. I'm stuck there forever. So yeah. Remember how I said if you're not below solid ground, then on the reloads and the game is going to put you out of bound? Well, this is just what happens here. And now, hitting this wall up here allows me to trigger a no-clip stay. Now, why is this no-clip? And how is that a thing? We have no idea, we just know it happens, so trust me, it works. And yeah, I'm in Kolima now. Very cool.
And Kolima is currently plagued by nightmares, and you have to fix those.
Yep. So Kolima, after the Golden Sun events 30 years ago, started to specialize in herbs that helps you to sleep and have beautiful dreams. Yeah, I'm not going to go more in details, but yeah, and, right now anyone who consumes these herbs are seeing nightmares and are stuck in nightmares forever. So we have to fix that. And how do we do that? By taking some of these herbs ourselves. Because we're adepts.
The woman in the green dress here is Chill from Golden Sun 1. She canonically survives. In speedruns, she usually gets killed. Or rather, not rescued.
It's a girl in Goma? No. After Goma Caves it down, I can't remember the name. But
between Pilibin and Kolima.
Yeah. can't remember the name. But either way, it's a tree at the start of the town. And yeah, she's saved by the Warriors of Ale. And ever since that time, she had a crush on Matt. Not Matt, Isaac. Lord. She's like, oh my god, you're the sons of the Warriors of Vale. Only you can save us. You're the best. You're our heroes. Stuff like that. Okay, need to save here. Not because I can self-log, but because I can just die, and if I dies, and I have to go to Sana in order to revive, because there is no way to revive people in Kolimasali. Jerk. This is the last step. It's going to... Yep.
Classic. This dungeon is really cool. It has really cool graphics, really cool puzzles. Unfortunately, we're not gonna do any of those.
Yeah, so this is the other half of this room. This is actually the end of the dungeon. And if you maneuver around out of bound, you can actually go through that door. And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try to stay focused because this is a pretty difficult clip.
I did just get a donation in if we have time for it.
Sure. It's going to be me clip around this mushroom for a bit.
It's a $50 donation from Plexa, actually, who said, good luck, LGG. I can't stay, but show Chaos Chimera who's boss.
That definitely shouldn't
really...
be a problem. I'm not sure about Star Magician, though. Thanks, Plexa.
Oh yeah, thanks Plexa. We really appreciate the donation and the work that you put in on this game. I didn't mention this earlier, but as a refresher course, I actually watched Plexa's YouTube video on a speedrun of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Plexa has done a lot of work on Golden Sun 1, Golden Sun 2, and even Golden Sun 3. Though I did most of the routing, rerouting back when the run was 7 hours long. He did a lot of preliminary work in this game. And then when the time had come to glitch the game, he was always there. So always a very, very good member of the community of Golden Sun. He was around for a very long time. I said I should focus. So I really should focus. No! I knew I should have saved. See, this is why I hate this.
This is one of the most annoying minute clips in the game because you're doing it right next to the door. So if you clip too far, you hit the door loading zone instead of out of bounds. Yeah,
well, you can just clip all the way out, and sometimes you hit the door, sometimes you're just there sitting at the start of the room, and you're like, oh, whoops.
And the goal is to get to the door on the other side of the pond, on the right side of the screen.
I was greedy. I should have saved, but last time I saved, it took me forever to clip, so... Okay. I can start going down.
I still think it's a shame that we skipped this dungeon. It's so cool.
Come on, Matt. Come on.
I don't mean to laugh, but I actually, all the pixels are gone, so I don't even know how you're doing this. I have
Feel?
nothing visually to go by.
I'm just feeling it. Normally, I'm really feeling it, but
Eventually, he will clip out when he touches the top border of the screen.
yeah.
And until then, it's just hope.
Usually, if you
Hope
do
and
it
healing.
really well, then you clip out as soon as you're all the way down, but I don't know what happened here. It's just not working. That's why I hate saving, because it just messes with my momentum. Surely. There we go. No, don't tell me. I clipped out, but immediately clipped back in. Right, good job. Oh, man. I practiced it earlier and it was fine. I did it just like you usually do. It's okay, it's okay, it's fine.
That's really how it goes, Plexa. First try and practice every time.
It really is like that, though.
Yeah.
In practice, it works
And
almost
then
every time. And then
yep,
2 hours into the
the
run.
live, completely different.
Thing is, you have to be patient with this as well, which is the annoying part. So you can't see anything. There we go. You can't see anything. You have to be patient and you have to fill it properly. This is a really hard trick though, so Moloch was still pressed. Okay. Wait, what? Sorry, something wrong with here. Oh, that's correct. It's just a strength that it's wrong. Yeah. Okay. This.
Once you get multiple Molochs, the menus become very confusing, because not every Moloch is actually a Moloch. You can't easily tell who is on standby and who is set.
Yeah, you can tell with the top screen, but
Oh yeah.
Drowned you. Okay, so Sludge is basically kind of like Star Magician. He's got skulls instead of balls, and Shield Skull can just shield a Sludge and make you deal 50% damage instead of 100%. But if you ground it before it has a chance to move, then you can prevent that and then kill it on turn 1. Sludge is basically the only thing that's really dealing damage on this fight. Oh, that's annoying. Breeze. Oh, Plasma. Sure, I'll go with Plasma. What? Oh wait, no, Breeze, not. It's a Jane Breeze. Right. Always forget. Whoa, he's still. That means this next return. What could go wrong? Especially when I'm going to like that. Alright. Cloud. So haunting, when you're haunted, if you deal damage, then there's a chance you are going to take the same amount of damage back to yourself. Just like that. Thankfully, Maddie's still alive. Finish. You. Granite. Frostbite. Do that. And did. So again, a little bit on the level. Just a tad.
Oh, a little bit. And I assume you will cure the haunting off, right?
Yep. And in order to do that, I have to go to Sana's healing priest, which takes forever to go to, which is annoying. But oh well.
Because the next boss isn't fun to do if someone is haunted.
Well, it's fine for anyone that isn't gold, Matt. Because everyone that built, well, actually, Reeve does damage on the next fight, but I'm sure it would be fine without while being haunted. And there it is. It's Crush. So we still haven't fully healed Kolima, so we're still supposed to use an elixir on the tree, but we're not going to do that. It takes a little bit too long. Oops. Galen. I almost forgot about Galen.
A very significant level gain for everybody.
Yep. We are missing out on content here. Yeah, this one. And the reason I almost forgot about Galen is because it wasn't there in the last route I run. I'm getting the routes confused. Yeah, Haunt is fine. It's dealing you damage if you deal damage, but if you've got a character that is just spamming around or projection engines like Bark and Granite, then you're fine. The problem is when it happens to your DPS character, who for now is Matthew, because Matthew is a Venus adept, and therefore he is dealing better damage with Venus summons. So he's the prime candidate for your spamming Judgment.
Golden Sun 1 runners will know the pain when the Venus Adept gets haunted.
Spooky friend.
Yep.
And the only way to remove a spooky friend is to either die or repel evil here. You get to hear that little sample that you probably never heard before. Because who gets haunted and doesn't die? Alright, so now we need to go to Town Peak. However, in order to go to Town Peak, we're supposed to heal Kolima. In order to do that, we need to do to go through a bunch of cutscenes. Where we meet Briggs, you know, the brigand from Golden Sun 2, but now he's old and he's just a normal ghoul pirate. But we're not doing that because that takes forever and it's just cutscenes, so instead we're just going to clip out. Nice setup.
This clip is sub-X dependent. It's super fun.
Except we have a setup that makes it not bad, but I can do setup right now. There we go. Wait, that failed? Hello? Okay, well. And now we're going to trigger no clip again. And that way we're going to be able to bypass Kolima Forest and bypass all the cutscenes in there. And go straight to Town Peak. Now the problem still is we need a way to slap the bird in order to awaken it. And the only character we know that has it is Sveta. So in order to slap it, we need the slap gloves. So we are going to get that on this cutscene.
So let me get this straight. You're gonna slap the bird awake?
Yep.
You know,
That's
as a
the
gag
problem.
like geese.
We're gonna slap.
This cutscene seems long, but the alternative to watching this cutscene is death warping out of the next area, and that's slow either way, so it's not as bad as it seems.
And either way, we have to go through it because we don't have Zeta. It's only a question if you are doing early Zeta, so therefore you have Zeta for this cutscene, but... yeah. So don't worry about those guys, we're not going to see them very often, but know that like we're supposed to have met them before. I also don't mind that I meet a guy at the bottom. I don't know who he is. I think he's basically a new Kraden. Or trying to be a new Kraden. I don't know. Yummy. This next place is pretty scary. I still don't have access to revive synergy. I should be able to. And I'm pretty underleveled, and enemy encounters are pretty scary, so... chances are I can die.
And this is the last use of Cold Snap in the entire game.
Yep, I only picked up Cold Snap in order to Cold Snap those 2 pillars. So find a way to progress here without Cold Snap and we can skip Harbor Runs and Soul Mask. You can't kill me, right? You're not gonna kill me, right? It's just a simple goblin. No way it kills me, yes.
Famous last words.
Which is why I say, because I know things can happen. Gosh. Set my jeans back, please. If you paid attention to my gin setup just now, you might have realized that I only have 2 types of gin. I have vintage gins. I have actually 7 of them, and the rest is Jupiter gins. Now, half of them is Moloch, so I can't actually use anything else on Procne. So my only options for summons are Judgment and Procne right now. It's not a lot. I don't have any margins, I don't have any mere courages. Which, you know, is not supposed to happen at this point of the game, but it is. And the problem is the next boss is resistant to Judgment, to Venus attacks. So with my damage being like 90% Venus oriented, it's pretty annoying to deal with. At the same time, we also have ground, so it's really not as bad as it seems.
And to clarify, if you have multiple chins, each chin can only contribute once to a summon. So if you have four Molochs, you cannot summon 4.
Yep.
You can only
Otherwise,
summon. It would be broken.
Yeah, otherwise we'd be printing a lot more gens, because we've got ways to print multiple gens of the same instance. Because Molochs. This. Bark with Breath. Oh, wait, I just did that. Zap with Granite. Moloch with Gallon. Back here. Stand by Flint with Grand. I was supposed to put 2 minutes, but what? Slap the bird! It's quite a big bird. Now slap it again. So in the Bloods, the main reason we're dealing with this bird is to repair the flying wings that Tyrola broke at the start of the game because it was stupid. And this is why there's this feather here. I should have saved. Whatever, it's fun. Oh my god! It's a guy. I think it's the first time. No, actually, we already saw GLaDOS in the first Rave cutscene. Okay, so GLaDOS and guys, it's 2 bad guys.
This here is a very obvious trap, but the game forces us to fall into it.
Ba, 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 ba.
And the bird isn't in the best mood now, after we
Yeah.
slapped it 3 times or something.
Twice, actually. But yeah, so on this fight, the bird has a set pattern. He's always going to do the same 8 moves in a row. So the last one is Stone Molt, where he will start doing random moves. Because he's going to change form. But the thing is, I have Ground. And that's going to prevent him from doing half of his moves. Because right now he's not going to act the first turn. And so the main idea is to refresh Ground every 2 turns so that it's always available. so that I can slap him. And that's why I have my gen set up the way I have. Granite, Adamda, Sack, Frost. And the best way to do it is just to have forges ready so that I can always use Judgment with a ground up. And that way I can do what we call basically a pseudo courthouse threat. Because courthouse is the strat that is basically that on Golden Sun 1. Okay, runs back. Now Judgment, Ground, Furious Gallon, Frost. Barbecue, Venus Gen, Frost. So I also make sure, while I also have ground available every 2 turns, I make sure I always have a projection up every 2 turns as well, and I have Bark and Grenade to do that. That's, well, yeah, it's really not too bad. Judgment. You just have to kind of get used to it in order to set that up. Flint? Yes, flint. Ramses, Plasma, Furnace, and Frost.
And at 6 turns, this is the slowest fight in the entire game.
Stamina is gonna be longer, but...
Oh yeah, true. I forgot. I almost forgot.
Yep. So it's only slow because we have the only way to damage him is ineffective attacks. But it's still very fast and very, very much controlled because Crown exists.
I can't wait to collect all the magma shards here.
Yep. So after beating the rock, in order to progress through buildings, and the main reason why we defeated the rock in the first place, well, actually the only reason we defeated it, was in order to get magma shards here. We actually only need 3, which means I get to keep Slap. Because there's another way to exit than the normal exit, which is this little clip here. You can start clipping, Matthew. Thank you.
If you collect all shards, first you lose the slap glove and you get a long cutscene. So
yeah, and
let's
losing
not do
the
that.
slap glove means that you can't access building screens unless you gather all the musicians, which takes forever. So instead, we are just going to keep the slack gloves. The other workaround would be to get all his Veda, but yeah, it's just much faster to do this clip. And we'll also skip the cutscene.
And you have to do the clip here because you cannot retreat from this room. You have to go to the next room to retreat out.
Yep, and there's no way to die either in this room because there's no encounter. And yeah. So there's a Jin here. Hi. Bye bye. Um, okay. And now we can go to Belensk, finally. So all the things we've done so far was just to get to Belensk. Well, except Artie. Artie was so far unnecessary, but it's necessary in the next dungeon.
There is a chin here, teardrop. You can see it just in the top left corner of the screen. It's very fast to get. It's very fast to get, but we don't need it. So.
Hi, teardrop. Damn, why would I not pick up a gin that is so fast to get? Might be wondering. Well, I don't need it. So. Yeah. Didn't pick it up. And that is... I'm gonna spoil it now. So there's going to be a bunch of cutscenes now. That is because this route is never going to pick up any Mercury gens ever. The only gen with the Mercury gen we picked up is Chill, and we turned it into a Moloch. So this is the only Golden Sun game where you just never pick up Mercury gens. Or rather, you end with 0 Mercury gens. I am going to...
Go on.
Yeah, I'm going to get some Mars gens. Because I'm kind of forced to, and they're not really that bad, but yeah, skipping old Mercury.
The Belensk music is an absolute banger.
Yep. And it's all furry town. So if you live in Belensk, Russia, well, you know, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're furry. Or I'm glad to tell you. Either way. Anyway, because I have the slab gloves up, I can enter from this entrance, which you're not supposed to be able to use, but it exists. You can enter it. And there's even cutscenes for when you use the Magma Shard here. And get inside from this back entrance you're not supposed to use. So welcome to Belensk, Prince. We're going to be here for a while. So we're only supposed to go in Belensk, Prince in order to get inside the castle, but sadly we won't be able to, and we'll have to go all the way down. Which people... Actually, no, people never warned us about what we're going to do down there, but they're supposed to, so they just pretend they do. And hey, this is the best character of this game. It's better.
Sveta is awesome.
So she's what's that called again? Half wolf, half human.
Beastman.
Beastman, yeah. And she's aligned with Jupiter, which means she has really high speed. She also has really high attack because of being a beastman. Beastwoman. So yeah, she's really strong. Like, she is kind of lacking in the amount of PP she has, but it's usually fine for what we need to do. On top of that, she has a gimmick synergy called Beast Form, and that allows her to turn into a fully transformed wolf. And it gives her, it basically doubles her attack damage and gives her a lot more HP. But for every time she's in Beast, she's consuming 1 gen at a time, which is fine when the fight takes less than 5 turns. and she becomes a real powerhouse. So Sveta is broken. On top of being a Jupiter adept, which is the best kind of adepts you can have. Now there's a cutscene after this, telling you, "Oh no, the bridge is destroyed. We have to leave." But you can actually just retreat out and goes through the back entrance, which you're not normally supposed to do, but we can because we kind of entered in a different way, and that saves it. And that skips a cutscene. Kind of a short one, but it skips a cutscene.
Less smashing is always good.
Content over cutscenes. Hell yeah. This was actually figured out fairly late. Because I was just messing around in here and I said, wait. I randomly asked, wait, has anyone tried to retreat out after this Veda cutscenes? And yeah, it turned out it was possible. It's a pretty funny time save. But don't worry, it's still building screens. We still have to go through a bunch of cutscenes.
Well, that might be a good time to mention. We do have a bid war still going on for the upcoming game, Hyperdimension Neptuna Rebirth 2. You can choose the language for. You can either choose Japanese or English. So if you wanted to put money towards anything, every single donation that we get is very appreciated. So feel free to donate at any time.
Lots of cutscenes here because this is kind of the big plot point of the game. So there's lots of things that are going on, and it's going to trigger the next big part of the game. Because up until now, all we wanted ever to do was get the rock feather, and we've got that. So why are we here, actually? Shouldn't we be able to finish the game? Well, it's because we're trying to save Eoleo, which is Brick's son. He's right now held captive in Belin's castle. Because, you know, he's a pirate and all, but he's also a friend. So we have to have friends.
By the way, these tablets don't actually check if you have the glyph book. You're only supposed to be able to read them with the glyph book, but they don't actually check for it. It's only checked in Compa Ruins.
Yep.
Oh wow. No item check, that's strange. Usually they attach item checks to things like that.
Well, it's because you're not supposed to leave compartments without it, so like it makes sense they never check for it. It's good for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if we could find a way to go to the top of compartments without the clip book, then that's a potential skip that we can actually do. So look at this Void Boy. We're gonna pick it up. Tower goes out. Wait. Fleet and now you get some more. And because Sveta also joined with, yeah, I think it's 5 Jupiter Jins, we now have access to double Thor. Well, before we only had access to Prognay. So pretty nice improvement. So Chasm here is one of the best gens in the game because it gives 90% damage reduction for a turn. So it's basically Bark or Granite, but on steroids. Very, very nice gen to have. And on top of that, doesn't take much to get there, so let's go.
And it is the only Jin in Belinsk that's not permanently missable.
Actually, yes.
You're never going to miss it because it's obvious, but you can go back and get it, even in the epilogue.
Yes, because we have all those glitches in this game, so only gens that are missable is gens in this town. If you never pick it up before the eclipse, then they're gone forever. Well, you can technically get them, but then you are self-locking the town because there is no way to exit. And now I hope you all are ready for some Fire Emblem. Because that's what we're going to do. It's Fire Emblem in Golden Sun.
What an excellent series.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely pumped a lot of time into Three Houses.
I'm so hungry. I need food. It's okay. I'll get food after this run. This room is like kind of fun casually for the first time around, but after that, it's well, not fun.
It's quite a cutscene heavy room.
Yeah. So I have to destroy the king with this little guy. And in order to do that, I have to move it all the way around like that. And yeah. I can't move it in range of all the other units, because otherwise it's going to die. Because it only has 1 HP. So yeah. This is kinda long.
Especially since the lights always flash up after you make a move. Just to make sure you really understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Certain other people compare this room to another franchise, which shall not be spoken.
I'm still trying to get over the fact that that one soldier tried to do a clip that Legrand did earlier and he only got halfway through the wall.
Didn't practice enough, it happens.
This place is a very, very cool dungeon overall.
Yep.
I really like it. And on top of that, the music is a giant banger. Makes you really feel the importance of what you're doing. Even though you don't really know what you're doing, you're just doing it to progress. Because the only way is forward.
This part of the dungeon is like the final dungeon in the Lost Age, where there is 4 wings, 1 for each element, and you have to solve the puzzles within each wing to proceed.
So I think I'm picking this up for Star Magician. Should make things much smoother.
That sounds reasonable. That's a mist potion. It is a full heal for the entire party. Pretty useful.
Yep. Cause like what I have planned for that boss is only one character that can heal, but I'd rather it'd be great if I had someone else that could do it. Are you talking of the djinns that are dancing around? It's actually the top screen. And that's also something that was made in this game compared to Golden Sun 1 and 2, is that every djinn has their unique design. So you can see Grimes is that really big chunky boy. Very, very cute. Well, it depends on the game. I think there's some games where the actions happen to the top screen. Actually, yeah, Pokemon. The action in Pokemon games happens to the top screen. It just depends what you want to do with the bottom screen, since it's the only one you can have dash inputs. Right.
The chest here contains the Hogbane mace or something. It's not the most useful weapon in this game.
There isn't that many weapons that are useful anyway in Golden Sun games, just because of how powerful synergies and summons are. And djinns as well.
Yep. And this clockwork here, you probably assume you can clip off of it somehow, but you actually can't. It has very solid coding to prevent you from doing anything fancy here.
As far as we know, that is.
Yeah.
If you were able to get to the very top room of this screen, then you would be able to save like 2 hours of content. Probably. But less. Well, maybe not 2 hours, that'd be But yeah, like this place is holding us back from breaking the game to really shattering it.
The game tries to make really, really sure you do this dungeon.
I'm gonna reset my audio again because I feel like it's desynced and it's annoying me for my menus. So kind of a problem. Has a slight desync over time. So every now and then I reset it. So maybe by the next event you will have it. Maybe, hopefully, that would be great.
It would be amazing. We are so close, but yet so far.
Mm-hmm. So this room right here is the only reason we need hard heat. Simply to be able to move this block. And, well, actually access to the statue at the bottom. They do. Like, it's something I've been... Well, I'm not the only one who have thought about it. But it really... I found it kind of weird that no one actually picked up on the whole synergy thing in RPGs to make, like, cool dungeon puzzles. Because there are so many good gimmicks in these games, and, like, no one actually tried to do something kind of similar. Because it offers you such so many possibilities to make puzzles and interesting dungeons.
How many actually, like, how many synergies are in the game?
Oh my god.
That's
I
a
don't
good
know.
question.
Did probably too many to count.
Basically, every class you're in, which is going to depend on depends on which gens you have set on, which types of gens, are going to give you different sets of synergies. So say, for example, for Jupiter gens on a Mercury Adept is going to give you access to Wishwell, for example. So it's entirely dependent on class, and there are some synergies that are like set to characters or depending on items, like slap, track, etc. So like there's a lot. In terms of dungeon progress, there's probably like a good 15, maybe. There's quite
Sounds
a few.
about right.
Got move, firebolt, growth, whirlwind, track,
Grab,
trip rush, yeah.
swing.
Cold snap, hard hit.
Swing
I
is
think
grip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12, 15 sounds about right.
There's also firmer, mind read. Oh, you already
Yeah,
said spirit sense.
Dao search. We've got options. Alright, we are now at the bottom. Final puzzle. So you're supposed to go to the back room and figure out there which images you need to use in order to progress.
But we already know the solution.
Yeah, it's always the same, so... So Mars is the bottom, then it's here. That was top right. And then finally, Whirlwind bottom. Yeah, this is... I think it's really the only cutscene where the frame rate suffers because the game has to load so many characters. It's kind of amusing. Let's say that.
Oh look, it's an eclipse. What could this possibly mean? You could call it foreshadowing.
Well, we are shadowing something, alright. Bard was Flint. Set ground, set Molochs. Split now. Chitara. Alright. Safety save, just because it's been a while.
Ideally, then the boss fight here is a 2-turn fight. That's the ideal case.
Yeah, it's so Blados and Callus, because that's going to be the boss fight. That's we're not spoiling that much. So Blados is the one who is going to deal damage, and Callus is mostly here to deal status effects that are annoying. But like status effects aren't really scary when you are spamming summons. So the only really annoying thing that can happen on this boss fight is they can use Shadow Shield. So Shadow Shield is reducing your damage by 50%. And they both can use it, which is pretty annoying because they only have access to ground, to one ground. So I can only prevent that for so much. So hopefully that doesn't happen too much.
And here the game introduces a brand new blue-haired character who you have never seen before.
Round 2, 4, and bark. So now I block Blados because he's a scary one in the party. Next, Shadow Shield. For frosts. Shadow Shield. Double Shadow Shield doesn't do anything, but it's funny. It does the same effect as only one. So okay, now I have to improvise. This actually who has ground? There's Ramses ground. Just go with that. Oh, Oops. I should be able to use side elf here. Never mind. It's Ramses' time. Zap. No, I can use side elf.
Punish has a chance to instantly kill a character, so it's good that didn't happen.
Yep. Alright, now only Gallus alive. Should be much easier. Actually, where is I don't know. Okay. That took a bit.
Yeah.
I was full on improv after his turn 2.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that a single Shadow Shield costs so much time here.
And it's kind of the problem with this we don't really have a way to back it to have a backup if Shadow Shield happens. You kind of just hope it doesn't happen. Oh wow.
Oh wow, a brand new blue-haired character. I wonder who this is.
Mm-hmm. His name is Arcana. Obviously. It's definitely
Never heard of it. But he seems to enjoy punching Tyrell for some reason. And here the Alchemy Dynamo gets started. We didn't see Tret and Laurel, but if you meet them, they tell you explicitly to not start this machine. And that's exactly what's going to happen now.
Oh no! Who would have seen it coming? Yeah, it's fine. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just doing it to save his sister, right? That's why it's happening, right? Oh well, who cares?
But at what cost?
Everything. Now they escape. Oh no.
This is a Metroid game now.
I would gladly play this game over Metroid Other M.
Wow. Poor Metroid was just taking this bullet. Okay, so there's potentially a scare through here. If I'm fast enough. And if I have good movement. Yeah, I can skip a text box. Which saves like 5 seconds. Oh my god, really? Alright, and
Wow,
there is a
that-
Eclipse up there, but we're skipping it.
That was super close.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I thought I got it.
Oh.
And yay, we're at the back of place now. We can now enter the castle. And, flap
Yes,
this
so-
bell.
You're supposed to save Kraden first, but it's Kraden, and that takes a lot of time. So we're not gonna do that.
Hey, we're going to go straight for Yelio. Whose cage is now slappable. Because it wasn't up until now. I'm sure you missed those clips. I'm actually just holding the button, the touchscreen right, and by the way, I'm not pounding it.
Yeah, that's just the animation of
Oh.
the cursor.
Get to see the extra cutscene. I wasn't supposed to enter, but turned slightly too early.
If you can figure out a way how to slap this cage early, you completely break the game. But the game tries really hard to make sure you cannot slap Iolio early.
Yeah. Whoop. I'll pull the cable. Sorry about that.
And this is a much better Mars adept than Tyrell.
Yep. Well, first thing is, he's got a lot more HP. Because he's a lot higher level.
He also has, I think, 5 Mars Chin equipped. If I recall correctly. And now plot happens.
Oh no, we did the bad thing.
Which we were specifically warned about.
Come on. So this clip right here is going to allow me to skip another Eclipse cutscene. Third. Okay. So markets and skip is great. Can I click? Thank you.
You can soft lock if you go too far into the water.
Oh, can you? I didn't know about that. What happens
Yeah.
then?
If you go too far to the right, you drop all the way down and then you're stuck.
Damn. Well, that's scary. Alright.
And now the city is basically overrun with monsters of darkness. Which means we should probably leave before we die.
Yeah. We triggered the apocalypse, so it's now time to leave.
Yep.
Well, now might be a good time to chime in with a little blurb here. Just a friendly reminder to everybody out there that we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. It's a grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Awareness is they participate in opportunities like Mental Health Month and Suicide Prevention Month and Mental Health Awareness Week, and they partnership with a lot of companies and organizations, for instance, like Fox Sports and Google. But they have a bunch of information on their website, including, but not limited to, your journey, support and education, getting involved, advocacy. You can donate directly from their website, or you can donate directly on our Twitch page, right there with the donate button. And every donation is very much appreciated, so we always appreciate those donations.
Oh no, there's monsters in the boat! We have to destroy them.
The boat or the monster?
The monsters. The boat is permeating.
Oh, okay.
One of the unfortunate things about this game is that this fight is actually the last mandatory fight before the end.
Yep.
Oh wow, really?
Yep.
So the next boss fight is the final boss. Even casually. Which is a shame because there was a lot of instances where you could have bosses, but I guess they were rushed to finish the game, so they couldn't include any or something. I don't know. But actually, the next boss that we're going to do on this run is Star Magician.
Yep.
I need to check my levels on Wraith because I need him to be level 24 if I want to have even the slightest chance of winning.
The game gets really dark here, so people are dying in the city. Briggs just died on screen. Well, basically on screen. It's a lot darker than the previous 2 games.
Yeah, so if you remember Golden Sun 2, Briggs was the pirate that attacks the party. And he had a really small son back then. He's now 30 plus. And well, now Briggs died, and Ilya is now party. It's time to leave.
Wallet check his Sveta's brother. We didn't really go through that part of the plot, but She is the daughter of the king of Morgul. Oh yeah, the orbs. The orbs are very important. We need them to power up the final area. And finally we have the boat. Only took 3 hours.
Yeah. And now, why is this boat important? Well, we need it in order to leave our own channel. Because we can technically clip inside Warrior's Hill, but there is no way to leave after that. So we do need the boat for that section only. Everything else, we have a way around it, but that boat, very necessary, sadly. And as always, now that Kraden joins the party, well, there's a bunch of cutscenes. So blame Kraden.
We try to delay Kraden as much as possible, but eventually fate catches up to us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to put up with him.
Kraden was also affected by the Golden Sun event, which is why he didn't die yet.
Yeah, he was like super old back then. Now he's still super old plus 30.
Yeah.
But still like. So Sveta totally has a crush on Matt. Alright, so now I have a boat and we can explore the rest of the world. And first up is here. So our village doesn't have much, but there is Warrior's Hill here, and this is the hardest clip in the run. So if you remember how much trouble Phantasmal Borg was, well, this one is infinitely worse. Okay.
It skips the entire dungeon, but it's really hard.
The problem is I can't see the map move, and so the only way to tell is Matt's shadow. I'm pretty sure I'm clipping right now.
There's multiple phases to this trick. First, he has to move the cursor a little to the right position, so Matthew starts clipping into the wall. There's just a few pixels where this works.
At you, please.
And the only real indication you have is watching Matthew's shadow, as legrandgrand said.
I think I wasn't positioned properly at the start.
Yeah, now you're moving.
I did. It's a pain. It's a mega pain in the butt.
It doesn't help that the background is completely black, so you can't tell where the cursor is really in relation to other stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. The first part is the difficult one. Now my shadow should disappear at any moment now. Said any moment. Said any moment. This is painful. Yes, I am clipping right now. It's just kind of hard to tell when and where I have to clip. There we go. Just clipping again. My PB had a very, very insane clip here. It was like a minute, like not even 2 minutes long, I think. Usually it takes me 4. Come on, Matt, you can do it. There we go. Fine.
The next part of the clip involves dragging the stylus to the left side of the screen at an appropriate speed. If you go
We're
too
not
fast...
there yet.
Oh.
I clip back in.
Oh.
Still need to... There we go. Now it's going much faster. The circuit is very difficult and I haven't had the time to practice it. So I'm not surprised it's going not that as well as it could go. There you go. That's what I want to see. Okay, well, now we're good. Okay, good. Now trust me, we're clipping inside. Slowly but surely.
If you go too fast here, the clip will fail and you will be sad. Good call on saving here.
I'm not saving on this yet. Come on. The last part is the most annoying one. There we go. Ooh, first try.
Good job. Very well done. This is literally the hardest trick in the game.
Good job.
Oh no, Garz is dead.
So that skips an entire dungeon.
Yep.
Well, except the last room, but yeah. It was still a bit faster than doing it normally. But if you do this properly, then it saves a lot of time. But it's so hard to do it like fast. And especially if you haven't practiced it in a bit. The start especially is the hard part. Once you're halfway through, it gets a lot easier. So shout out to Plexa for having lost a tremendous amount of runs to this clip. And most of the time I get it rather consistently, but Plexa has issues with it.
There's also a different clip you can do in the dungeon, which skips less, but it's a bit easier.
He's trying to practice every time. Yeah, clip really be like that. Alright, so now the dungeon is basically cleared and I just need the key, and in order to get the key I need to go through actual Harun channel, and Harun village also has a cutscene for me.
Because there's an item in here that we need.
Yep. So we're just coming here in order to save Dad and his child. Once we do, we can talk to the grandpa of the family and get the key that.
Reef gets to show off his awesome healing skills here. Who are you? Smiley face.
90% of the text from people that I don't know.
This here. So Karis is dead right now. I don't mind it too much. You'll see why. Oh, actually, I haven't practiced the next bit. Oh no. I haven't practiced Burning Isle. That's what I wanted to do. Oops. I haven't practiced as much as I would like to, but...
Are you going for it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's not that bad, but... I haven't done it in a run yet. It's okay. It's just the last time I could attempt to run, yeah, I didn't finish. What exactly happened again? Back in... Oh yeah, I died to Tower Peak. And the run wasn't that great. So now we have two grandpas that are going to yell at each other, and then they're going to laugh because there are two grandpas talking for a bit. And then Karis is going to go like, "Hey, old man, stop talking to each other. Give us what we want already. We're tired of cutscenes." Karis is the voice of reason.
Maybe the apocalypse isn't the right time to tell dad jokes to each other.
Also, is that the actual reason she says that? That's boring. I prefer to think that she's a speedrunner who is trying to go fast.
I don't actually remember the dialogue here.
I don't. All I know is that now I have a key to get the treasure of Far Gem. Or the shield. Rather. Even though both dungeons are connected. Me need key. Baby. 23. I still have one level 1 brief. Which means I'll take an encounter. I don't know when, but I will.
The treasure here is a weird looking rock, but it's really important. Even though the people in Harun village don't really explain why or what it is.
Well, they don't even know, so...
Yeah.
Alright, so now that I have... Wait, I did pick it up, right?
You did, yes. I made sure to check. Because that's a hilarious way to lose the round.
Well, you just lose time because you can always come back, but yeah. It's pain.
Small thing that can cost you a lot of time.
No. Sure. There we go.
It's like the Hermes water in Golden Sun 1 or the prong in Golden Sun 2. Easy to forget items.
I could risk it, but kinda don't want more encounters. Karst is already dead. I don't need more dead. Alright, so Taunt Fun. We need to go here in order to get a number here. Finally, you remember that thing that I mentioned a while ago? That's what we need in order to finish the game. Number gear. Well, it's finally time that we could start collecting them. Actively. Because really that's the only thing left. We need Umbra gear. We already have all the synergies. We have our boat. The only things left are well, Himi, which is going to follow shortly, and Umbra gear.
Can anyone guess where the secret passage in this room is? It's very hidden.
I don't know. I haven't seen enough children series to know.
Having seen this scene, I'm gonna assume that it's the one thing that's sticking out.
That'd be impressive.
No, it can't be that. It can't be that easy.
No way. Oh my god! Well, actually, everyone is surprised with it. Please. No, that's just gum. I checked the pot.
Every time.
Every time. Anyway, we're done here. There's another side quest here in order to get orbs, but we don't really care about orbs. Because we can skip them. Aha. And now it's time to go for our final boat trip. What? How?
This is one of the most cursed cutscenes in the series. Because the information involved here is, you know...
She's like 15, he's a cool pirate, and he looks young, so like it's fine. She can have a crush on him as long as
I don't think so.
As long as Pierce is reasonable and mature, and just tells her no, it's fine.
By the way, you cannot get the boat here if you don't have it yet. We tried.
Yeah, if you come here without, if you go through those places where you're supposed to live through a boat, and you don't have the boat, you are soft locked. Alright, so we are in Yamata. So the last time we're ever going to visit. It's time to get our final character. Yes, it's there.
Oh look, it's Susa from Golden Sun 2.
Yep. Remember that guy that killed Orochi? The big dragon? Well, I see he's here now. And because I got that little stone, I can now activate the skeleton.
The third eye gives Hemi plot powers, so she knows what's going on and how to stop the eclipse.
Yeah. And it's basically, hey, we have to pick up the Umbra gear. And go to the Apple Lighthouse. So we're going to... So right now, we have two parts of the Umbra gear. We have the cowl, and we have the gauntlets. First, but we still need the goggles, the armor, and one more.
I forgot it too.
Pulse armor. However, there's 3 more pieces we need to get. I already know where they are. So we're gonna go and get them.
And to do that, you need Hemi's search synergy. Because the loading zones to these areas are actually not loaded until you use search. It's pretty annoying.
Just another one. Oh. My USB cable is very fragile, so... Wait, I need to buy something here. Forgot about it. Absolutely didn't. Will Hemi be useful in this run? Yes. Very much. So, first, Hemi has a lot more HP than most of the characters in my party because she joins at a way higher level. She's like level 30. 2, she's a very fast Venus adept, which is not the case for Matthew, who is like rather slow. 3, she has some really good synergies. Mainly, she has a synergy called Weapon Grace on her best class. And Weapon Grace is going to max out the attack of a character who uses uses them. So it's basically impact, but 3 times better. Which is pretty good. It's even better when you combine it with Sveta's Beast form, which already boosts her attack tremendously. So we'll have a Sveta who is able to dish out some major damage with a combination of Hemi's Weapon Grace. Right, so it's now time to shop. I hope I should have enough money. Here. No, not here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good.
I don't think you can run into money problems here.
You can. Spirit Amulet. You. Yep. Alright, So, yeah, fun time clipping.
This is the easiest bridge clip in the game.
Oh,
So if
yeah,
you want
it's
to try it
great.
out, start here.
Once you have the setup. Wait. I missed my landmark. I'm just going to save because I
Yep.
think it's scary.
And when you
Okay.
run over water, you don't get encounters.
Yeah, I'm running on a place where I'm not supposed to run, so I can't get an encounter. So second clip. So this is the trick that I'm doing right now is called encounterless burning isle. Nice, perfect. And now I'm doing all this so that I can be really, really low. That way, I get here. I'm right there. And we're in burning isle.
The old route had to walk up to the mountain here and you would get like probably 2 encounters. It sucked.
2 or 3, yeah. It was really rough. We had another way to do encounterless burning isle, but it was a lot slower and a lot more risky as well, a lot more difficult. So I'm very glad this exists. And this is the only reason you ever need Elio, so you can use thermal in this room. Yeah, Matthew has some really broken power. After Lava Jesus, you have Air Jesus and Water Jesus. So basically Jesus. All right, so I got Knuckles. Oh, so Knuckles and Gauntlets are different. Okay. And now, well, the fastest way to go back to Yamada is just to... Oh, nice encounter.
That's really fast.
Yeah. Gas warps in the burning guys are usually really, really good. And that. This. Well, menu doesn't matter because I'm going to menu for Star Magician next, and that menu I haven't planned it. I just know what I need to reach, so it's going to be a very, very slow menu. So I'm picking up Kite here. Very nice gen that allows the character to do 2 moves in a row.
Nice, and that Death Abuse takes us right back into town.
Mm-hmm. And so we still have some more items to collect. This time we're going to go all the way to the right. Haha, I'm walking on the void. Because again, like I'm just entering from very, very high up, because the game doesn't really check if so the axis, because, well, you've got no way to be that high up, right?
This grip here is definitely intended.
So there is a gene up there called Shell. Pretty good, but we're not going to pick it up. Because again, we're not caring about mercury genes.
If we get really unlucky, you can get an encounter in this room before the Umbra armor.
Alright. I'm not going to yellow. I'm going to revive people. You're supposed to do the next part with people dead again, but I don't think it's worth it. Alright, so now it's time to go to the end of the game. Get the 2 Umbra armor that we needed, we are good to go.
Ooh, aren't you missing the Umbra goggles?
I'm
I'm
going
sure
to
it will
do
be fun.
damage soon after a bit. So we're back in Billings area where we're totally not supposed to go, so that's why there is absolutely no encounter in here. Now, if you remember how we got to Kolima, well, we're just going to do kind of the same thing. Go up there, trigger no clip. And now we're in the final dungeon of the game.
If you go to the intended path using the door in Sana, you will first need the orbs, which we don't have, and you will get a lot of extra encounters. So this is just way easier.
Save. So encounters are really bad here. Yes, I'm incredibly underleveled. You're supposed to be like 35 something. At the very least. I'm 24. Probably supposed to do this at level 40 casually, even 50. So anything that hits me can just kill me. Straight up. So you can push it. The thing is with Summon Rush is that, like, it's good to deal damage, but as soon as you get hit, because all your gens are on standby, on top of being underleveled, you get one-shot by anything. So you have to find a way to Summon Rush while staying safe, because I'm not manipulating RNG here. I'm just brute forcing my way through. If I get into a random encounter, I am just going to try and run away. Eventually I will, but it's much faster to do this save and quit here because this resets random encounter counter. Because like usually at this point, because I'm so underleveled, it's going to take me like 5 tries before I manage to run away from an encounter. Which is much slower than, you know, saving loading. Because on top of that, I don't have to heal after every encounter. And technically, you are also supposed to do all of this with Matthew alone at 1 HP, but just decided to take it safe because it's a marathon and revive everyone because I can. Yeah, if it's attack first, I'm guaranteed to run away, but otherwise, on turn 1 I have negative chance to run away because I'm so under level, and every turn that goes up, my chances to run away goes up. But until then, it takes forever. Yeah, I could also win against encounters here, but it would also take forever. And yeah, it's just not worth it. I do need to get 1 more level for the Star Magician fight. But I normally wouldn't care about my level at all.
We are now so high up in the mountains that we don't see the eclipse effect anymore. The fog that's usually in the eclipse area, which is a pretty neat effect.
Yeah, the higher you go, the less you can see the effect of the eclipse, which is pretty cool. And you never really notice it until you pay attention to it. And it's like, oh, that's neat. So foot clip here. This is going to allow me to skip encounters, basically. Yeah, so in this game, there is a counter to tell if you're going to get an encounter, which goes from 0 to 16, and once you hit 16, you take an encounter. But every time you reset the game, or every time you enter a new rune, it resets the counter. Unlike Golden Sun 1 and 2, which is going to keep the counter up. Which is pretty neat, and that means that I can do complete dungeons without getting any random encounters. How does foot clip work? You just put yourself in a proper position, and then if you hold the correct direction, then Matt is going to slowly flip inside, also finger. And that's how all the mini clips works. It's just a matter of finding the correct position with a good acute angle on the geometry, and then finding a direction in which you can just slowly clip.
I've also noticed just an observation, but it seems like the bridges are perfectly lined up outside of the towns that you need to skip for big portions of the game.
There's a few bridges that are a little further away, but yeah, overall the bridges are very nicely set up. Yeah, we have documents about on all the bridge clips that are documented. We don't have documents for all the minute clip that we know, sadly, but eventually we'll have time to document everything. But right now we're finding more stuff than we have time to document them. You can also find more information about Moloch in the that's unfortunate, on the Golden Sun wiki. If you
Search for Moloch Glitch.
yeah, if you search for Moloch, you'll find it. Alright, so here there's 2 ways that are possible to get. Left way faster, right way is slower. It's completely RNG with which one I get. Speed award. And slow way. So pretty lenient on the passes you can take here. You don't have to follow it exactly step by step.
Except for the first corner on the slow path. That one's
Yep.
really precise. Otherwise, cut every corner.
So this is the end of the game. Except I lied, and if you paid attention, you remember that I'm missing one Umbra gear. So it's time to collect it right now. And with the first ever out of bound clip that were ever found in this game, it was found like a long time ago.
2011, yeah, it's ancient.
It's it wasn't even found by Plexa
Oh,
back
boy.
then.
2011 is ancient. Now
We
I
don't
feel
even
old.
know who found it. It's just someone who documented it and was like, "Hey, I managed to clip out of bound. How cool!" And yeah, it's cool. And now it's time to collect Fever. One of the very first game regions of the game. Fever. Oh, I don't have. Well, fine. Just get. I'm supposed to just use flint on anything. Thought it. Slight overkill. So if you remember, this is Galver's Camp. This is the first time I ever visited here. And because I can get random encounters here, because, well, you're not supposed to be able to be here in the first place. You can just slowly get the setup here. I'm just going to save, just in case. So this triggers no clip for some reason. Hey, this is the start of the game!
You can return the feather now.
Yeah, you can return, totally. It doesn't finish the game though, sadly. This triggers another no clip, or I think. I'm not even sure what is happening here, but... Oh! Well, that's a problem. What? Hold on. I'm not sure how to recover if I fall all the way down in the water like that.
You can go around the left corner and then clip back in again, but
Yeah,
I don't know
I
if
think
it's
so.
faster than resetting.
It's like overall out of bound movement is weird. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing when I'm doing it. Now that should trigger no clip. Sure. There you go. Now remember, I explained that we don't know how no clip works. This is still very true. We don't really know what we're doing, but we know it works.
Yep.
I asked the big scientist who looked into it and figured out stuff, and they were like, we don't really know. How old is no clip? 4 months ago. Anything that exists has been found in the last 4 months.
Yep. We used to go here by going through the Immel area, but it was annoying because you could soft lock easily. This is a bit more convenient. And to skip encounters.
And faster.
Yep.
Like, as I explained at the start of the run, everything that you are seeing here, ever glitches, has been found in the last 4 months. Up until then, the game was basically glitches. There is like 1 or 2 exceptions, but they were barely even used in the run.
You couldn't use the Endless Wall glitch because it was at the end of the game, so there was no use for it.
Well, actually, we could have done this right here.
But you had to go to Iceberg Outpost anyway.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'm not
right.
sure if it's faster.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been faster. And last jump right here, finally. And now once I die, I'm actually not going to go back to Yamatab, but to The last place I tagged in the Apple place because there is a statue that revives you there.
With that last piece of gear, I think now is a good time to mention that we're gonna probably be. I think it's the end of the run. We'll be closing off the submissions for the plushie, the Jenna
No!
plushies.
Can't
Make
participate.
sure you get your $25 donations in now.
I'm running, I can't participate. You guys get to be lucky.
But it is totally worth it, and that comes from Plushie Mayhem, by the way. So we thank them for submitting that prize to the prize pool.
It was absolutely beautiful. Well, whoever gets it is going to be super lucky.
Yep. So a simple $25 donation puts you in for that, and it also puts you in for the stream key for Arc Noir from Trance. Trance was nice enough to submit that $5 donation for that one. But this thing is adorable, so it is totally worth it.
It is. And yeah, we're back to the eye, and now everyone is back at full HP. Now it's time for a pretty long puzzle in order to open the access to the Apple Sanctum. Pretty cool one as well. Like overall, this game really has some really nice dungeon. I wanted to do that. And probably my favorite dungeons in the series, even.
I agree. The dungeons are really good. This is another Mars Lighthouse situation where you have 4 wings, 4 elemental wings you have to take care of separately.
And however, this time there's no random encounter in here, so it's really just about the puzzle.
And the loading zone into Apollo Sanctum doesn't exist until you solve the puzzle, so you cannot clip through here in any way.
Even if we figure the way to clip, we'd have to do this puzzle. Because like all the angles are 90 degrees, so there is no way to figure out a way to clip. This right. No, it's not. I need to set my jumps. This is annoying me.
I was always a big fan of old-fashioned RPGs that let you swap your characters out on the fly when you're in the middle of battle. It allows them to get experience instead of just sitting on the back burner.
Yeah, in this game you can only swap them one at a time, so you have to actually be careful with how you do it and know what you're doing. It makes some strategies very interesting.
Yeah, you can bring someone from the back row in who has judgment ready to go or something. because you can only summon using Jin in the front row.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can just have a Jin pool at the back, which is only there to be used for summons. You have to actually bring in the characters, and it's all working out pretty great. And we're going to see a little bit of that well, the Star Magician fight and the final boss as well. But until now we didn't really have any backer characters to send in. But we do now. Alright, so Mercury. It's a little bit annoying. I wanted to set that on Welven, not Crush. Oops. Did all that just so I could move the statue.
This room was incredibly confusing to me when I was playing this casually.
Yeah, like as much as these puzzles flow really well, if you don't really know how it works, it can be confusing for sure.
Now seems like a good time to mention. You're watching RPG Limit Break, Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2. We're benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. They advocate for people with mental disorders and all kinds of great tools to help you get better mentally. Millions of people in the U.S. are affected by mental illness each year. It's important to measure how common mental illness is so we can understand it physically, socially, and financially. And that make sure that everybody out there knows that nobody's alone. I can't think of a single one of us that isn't affected in some way, shape, or form by mental illness, somebody in their family or friend or a loved one. And NAMI will give you the tools to make yourself better, get your mental house in order, so to speak. And you can visit their website, NAMI.com, and you can really help them out by hitting that little donate button there, and maybe even get a plushie out of the mix.
Yeah, that puzzle is solved. So Venus is like fastest one since the Mars one. Like it's one of the fastest one, but you just have to time it properly here. This is a little chain of prep, and and before we leave, we need to pick up our final gen. She's down here. And it's Aurora. Hi. And with that, I have everything to go deal with the beginning of this run, which is going to be a Star Magician. I think I'll just finish this puzzle first. I'm not sure when it's going to, if, like they say, if I leave right now, so I'm just going to clear this room. No camera yet. We're heading for the incentive first. Up, this push.
Pushing these can definitely be annoying at times.
Looks like it would have a really strange hitbox.
That's Golden Sun.
All right.
But like Legrand said earlier, they do have some really interesting puzzles in this game.
Yeah. All right. So this is bad boy. First off, we need to go there, which is not the easiest thing in the world, but it's manageable. Where am I? Oh, wait, am I still out of bound? Yeah, I am. Good. I'm just going to save real quick, yeah. Nothing should go wrong, except if I don't trigger no clip. Okay, something can go wrong. I didn't know I could Fulgur. I thought I was backing down. But apparently I did, so here I am.
I guess that's never happened before, kind of.
I mean, I've only done this like twice, so. Oh, saving turns off no clip. Okay, then yeah, and just never mind. That makes sense. Alright, so see this giant blob of fog? This is where Star Magician is living. In order to get in here, we need to go here like that. Or not. Okay, line it properly. It should be here.
If your spirit sends the generals in AOFA, they will think about this, so you know what to do.
I'm just going to go back to the end. If it doesn't work out, yeah. However, I haven't practiced this too much, but... Also, this is totally not the music that's supposed to play right now. There you go. That's the lineup. So you're supposed to line up with a thumb of that hand and then just walk left. Oh, I wasn't lined up at all with the card part of the fog, huh? Alright. Wait, I do need to take an encounter here. Let's go with that. Because I need Reef to be level 24. Is that going to be enough? I don't know. Um, tiens, this. Drum. There we go. Level 24. Is all I wanted.
It's still under-leveled, but not as under-leveled as before.
Well, the thing is, now I have access to Wishwell. That's all I cared about. Okay. So now we're going to just skip this whole dungeon, because that's kind of slow. So that's the right for this one, by the way. It's kind of a difficult one, but it's really not that hard. Because at least you can keep back in bound. It's this one. Okay. Not done yet. I'm not done yet. Right. Right. Okay. Flipping too fast. I think I'm clipping out. Yeah, that's my problem. I'm clearing back in, rather. There we go. Almost there.
The dungeon here takes a lot of time. There's lots of puzzles and encounters. So this is the way to go. Easily.
Wait, they can hold me? Oh my god. That's scary. Please don't.
That's... Okay, go.
Yeah.
I think Clover cures Haunt.
Clover cures Burst, but not Haunt.
Oh.
Let me go. Alright. And hi. For doing anything, I'm just going to okay, so party is this. Now gym menu is going to take forever because I have to edit a lot of stuff. Waft. I want 2 Molochs on you. I want Kimi to have Pepper and Fever. Sure, get guy. I don't know which one you are supposed to get, but one more here. Sure. Oh wait, there's a fake Moloch in here. Fever. You need Molochs. Oh yeah, it's Molochs and Swift. Swift. Swift looks like a Moloch, and it can be very confusing. Okay, Elio wants this, this, this. Actually, don't want reflex. You want something else like that. Himi wants to pick Lover. Fever. You. Wait, that's still. I want Steel. I want Gallant. That's okay. Now Reef. This. I don't need more. Alright. So that should be, yeah, which one? And Tarot wants 4, and that's good. Okay. So that's correct. I do need to get to Seda. No, get to Seda. Give to Seda. That to Reef. Correct. Alright, time to die a bunch. Clover cures wound? Okay. That's good to know. So, Star Magician works just like in TLA, where he's going to have orbs that are going to kill him, protect him, deal damage. On top of that, he has 2 more orbs, which are really annoying. You just get this menu. So, there is a ghoul orb, so you can see the yellow orb. It's going to eat one of my Jinn every turn. And the only way to get it back is to kill the orb. The black orb is there to condemn and cure and curse and hold me, so really annoying. And Guardian Ball is just going to prevent 90% of damage to be done to me. So to be done to Magician. So if I ever want to deal damage to him, I need to take care of that. And to deal with the Guardian, I have Ground. To deal with the other orbs, I have Sveta with Psynergy Slam. And as you can see, it's going to be pretty effective. One shot. That's a normal synergy, by the way. She just has maxed out attack. Now the problem is I'm taking a lot of damage from the Magician. Oh my god, that's not good. And Condemn can also one-shot me, which is not good at all. And this is why I need Wishwell from Reef. So that way I can withstand some of this power. Let's come. So I have to adapt a lot to whatever balls are summoned. Oh my god, that's not a one-shot? Really? Oh. Yes, I didn't know that. Well, next turn is probably not going to do much. I think him is dead anyway. Alright, so that's the fun with this thread. Is that even though I'm full healing Bini, she can still just die. And welcome to this fight, everyone. Because I'm still definitely not supposed to fight him this low. So I have a 5-hour estimate, right? I'm supposed to finish. I'm pretty sure I can finish this fight in 4 hours 30. This run in 4 hours 30, but I have 30 minutes to beat this guy. Let's go. Fundraise. Yes, all the other super bosses, you can't accept get to them unless you have the Excalibur, which we are going to skip, and that's going to steal one of my shield engines. So this is an instant reset. So if the ghoul attacks Hildo, is dead. If the ghoul if condemn ever happens on any character, it's dead. If I take too much damage, it's dead. If there's bad boil RNG, it's dead. Which is why, like, a lot of things can go. And there isn't that many things that can go right. So I guess you get to enjoy Cedrus theme.
Saduro's theme now with extra bells.
The main reason why it's so hard is because I'm so under level, by the way. Otherwise it wouldn't be as painful. It would still be painful, but it wouldn't be as painful. So Ground is actually outspeeding, Garrus is actually outspeeding the Guardian Bull, which is actually very difficult to do and only possible because I have Fleet up. This guy has 9000 HP, so it takes a bit. And really what makes this fight much harder compared to TLA is the 2 extra orbs that can spawn and is going to be just there to ruin your day, while on the TLA version it's always the same 4 bulls. And there is only really 2 that you have to care about. Wait. Here I have to deal with... So in the TLA you had to deal with 2 out of 4. In this version you have to deal with 4 out of 6, which makes this fight harder. At the same time, I have Vita, which makes dealing with bulls much less painful. Ground, Granite, Judgment. So the big idea here is to cycle my gens so that I always have a protection, and I always have ground every 2 turns, which is why I'm going to want to spam Judgment so much. Mystical Guardian Bull, yay! Stealing Sveta means that she has 1 less turns of Beast Form, but that's fine, I can deal with that. I plan on having it still stolen once. That is if endgame goes remotely as planned. Spoiler, it usually doesn't. Sure, let's do that. Gonna keep my heal for later. I don't need it. That's bold, that's fine. I'll have to deal with that. Chasm and Judgment. go. Global done. Now I just need not terrible pulls. Also, I need to survive. Death Ball is fine. So not the best, it's not the worst. Every time I see Condemned, I'm so scared. The chance for me to get Condemned is really high because I'm so under level to them. I need to deal with that ASAP. Because if Zveta dies, which is possible, then I have no way to deal with, or Karis dies, I have no way to deal with it. Alright, maybe. Thunderbolt is fine. Refresh Ball is bad. I have to deal with it.
Thunderball is probably the best one you can get, right?
Now, the problem is I don't have my speed buff anymore for the rest of the fight. So I have to hope for no more Guardian Bolt. And I have to deal with that Refresh Bolt because it can heal 1100 HP on the boss. Which is basically 2 turns of damage. Well, a turn and a half, let's say. Anger Ball is fine. Cursing everyone is fine, just doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so Zveta is gone. Now I have to... Okay, I think... No, I'm not going to say anything. So it's time to use Meteor. It's a Chasm turn, so it's a very, very nice turn. I'm actually going to use Clover here. I know it says Steel, but my Steel is not going to do much, and I have stuff to kill. Okay. So Death Ball is really not that bad.
I think it's 30% chance that it uses Condemn, and it's not guaranteed to proc.
Wait, that's not who I want. I want Magic. Oh, well, you're just going to heal. Meteor, Granite. Now, if no one dies, this is it. Yeah, this is it. That was a lot of damage. Please don't kill Zveta. Okay, we're good. Hey, we did it.
Amazing.
Now, look at my levels. It's going to be pretty funny.
That's a lot of levels.
It is.
I hope you like the level up sound.
Shoutouts to OPT for bringing in the final kill. And shoutouts to big up to OPT. Hope you are resting in peace. And thanks a lot as well everyone for donating for him. I think it was a very, very good idea.
Oh, speaking of donations, do I have time to read a couple?
Oh yeah, now I have to come back, so I'm just going to dash warp out.
Excellent. I got a $100 donation from Cheshire Cat. As someone battling depression for the last 10 years in New Zealand, NAMI is an inspiration. Excuse me. And I hope a role model for similar organizations and support in my aid, or in my and other countries. never finished Golden Sun, so enjoying this run artistically beautiful game. Thanks to the runners and everyone making this possible. You are all amazing. In center goes to Runner's Choice.
Alright, so now this warp. That's going to be annoying. I need to go have all my gens. All my gens are going to refresh.
And then I had another $30 donation from Big Daryl 86 in the amount of $30. So chances are that was probably for the plushie. Now, a reminder to everybody out there, that plushie is going to end at the end of this game for that prize incentive, and that's $25 for a minimum bid and $5 for the stream key for Noir. So get those donations in if you can, and we appreciate every single one of them.
So after the funny thing about this fighting this guy is that I got a super nice cool summon which requires 7 gens to use. Very, very strong. Now the problem of Azul is that it requires 4 Venus, sure, I have a ton of that, and 3 Mercury. I have 0 Mercury gens. I haven't gotten any. So it's a reward that I absolutely can't use. Okay, so now the other problem is that I need to... Well, I'll do it later. I need to menu to get my gen setup ready for the final boss. The problem is I'm absolutely not supposed to have my gens in this order, so I'm going to use the images I have and match that, so this is going to be yet another terrible menu, so I apologize for that in advance. I am also at higher levels than what I'm supposed to be for the final boss fights, but I'm pretty sure that it's not going to matter for the strat that we're using. So I need to reset my audio because it's been lagging behind yet again. Lagging behind the fight. I'm missing a gear to that? Oh yeah. Oops. Forgot to give her plus 20 defense on the final boss. What do you mean I'm not done yet? Alright, fine. It was 25 defense less. It's okay.
The game doesn't let you through here if you don't put on the Umbra gear.
Yeah. Well, it's because if you remove one piece of the Umbra gear, then you just die. And you're back to the big eyeball. Which is kind of annoying because like this Umbra Gouge on the left is going to be pretty annoying for the trick coming up. So I don't have the orbs in order to finish the game. But I can do this clip here. And the thing is, if the bars goes all the way up, I die. And as you can see, I'm nowhere near close to done. So I'm just going to save out. And keep going.
And if anybody has the time, check out the link that High Spirits just posted in chat. You could check out Plush Mayhem's work, and they make plushies. They're the ones who submitted Jenna for this run, and if you're interested, give them a look. They submitted actually quite a number of our prizes for the marathon. So thank you.
And this clip is not going really well. Matthew isn't giving me the visual key I usually have. There you go.
Yeah, once weather is partially clipped out like that, the clip becomes much easier. But getting it started is a bit tricky.
So the reason I have to do this is because I don't have the 3 orbs I need to activate everything I need to activate. So I have to clip out like that. There we go. Hi, Matthew. Did I really just... Oh my god. I thought I wouldn't fall down there. This is the first time it happened to me.
This is like in AFA where you need to access a loading zone that's beneath you, so you have to clip back in, and before you hit the ground, clip back out again.
Yeah. Except like I usually have a pretty good setup for that, but apparently the game isn't letting me do it. I need to have one full clip go bad, right? There we go. And now the loading zone is there. Just have to access it from behind.
And that's how you skip the orbs.
Yep.
I don't even know how much time this saves, but it's massive.
It skips a dungeon and a bunch of cutscenes. Probably saves a good 15 minutes, I think. 15-20 minutes. Very, very cool. I gave the idea to Plexa to try that and figured out something. Like I remember I was like, hey, has anyone tried to find a clip in here? It'd be great that would allow us to skip the orbs. It was like, nah, there is no way, we tried. And then 5 minutes later, hold up, retract that statement. Now this is an annoying trick. For sure, no. That's will do. Okay. Stat trick was actually the only trick that was used in any percent for a very long time. Because I just found it by accident, and you can't just activate the left ball before the right one. If you line it properly, you've got like 2 pixels for it.
These cutscenes are great because of this.
Yeah. It's this cutscene's all messed up now. But it's okay, it works.
Yep. And I think it's a 2x2 pixel window, so it's not pixel perfect.
It's precise enough to be annoying. And yeah, unprecise enough to be found to so that I can't find it by accident. And suddenly gun.
I think somebody was looking for a bigger gun.
Yeah, but I think he's stuck on a whole different planet now.
Oh, that's fair. That's a bit more than I can manage. And the reason we're here is that we can use this gun to shoot the Eclipse Tower and the Grave Eclipse and save the world.
Big cannon. And now we have yet another cutscene where Arcanus reveals that he's in fact Alex.
No way. No way.
You mean the bad guy from Golden Sun 1 and 2?
And he is exactly as motivated to fight us as in the first 2 games.
So that's the own map for figuring it out. Yeah, turns out there was a faction of bad guy all along, and yeah, other synergy adepts that were the dark adepts that we had never seen up until now, and they actually do exist. Incredible. Dark and light synergies. Lots of lore going on, but hey. I'm just here to finish the game. So once again from here, there's going to be encounters, and I don't want to fight them, even though they give like a lot of EXP. Like a lot. Takes a while to fight them. It's just better to save and load.
They also give Water of Lives, which is useful in casual playthroughs.
Okay. It's time for me to take forever to do this menus because I can have to move around everything again. Actually, this one just as hello. Okay, now it's all lined up. Moloch, you get this, you get this.
Well, I'm very thankful for this donation. So we got our first pun donation, which I'm very happy about.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
So, hey, bro, Sencha, how does the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Eclipse it. That's pretty good.
See.
$20 or $25 from Anonymous, and another $25 Anonymous donation. So thank you very much for your submissions.
Okay. Pretty sure there's a fake Moloch over there. I don't even know. Can't remember. Flint, Moloch, Breeze. Garland is supposed to be on you. You get Aura. And, Kissing goes on Garrus. Reflex goes on you. Okay, this looks good. This is okay. Yeah, okay, up there it's a fake Moloch. Is it? Go on here. Steel. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have the Moloch here. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's annoying. Swift. What's there anything? The granite, new. Chill. Keep new haze. Bark. Magnet. Sure. Heat stoke. Bolts supposed to be over there. Bolt waft. What? I have one extra. Oh yeah, okay, I get it.
One of them is a fake Moloch, probably.
Yeah. There we go. I think that's correct now. Okay. Barbies. Okay. Pretty sure that's correct. Back on tracks. I apologize for the really long menu. It's probably mostly just annoying me, but wait, my Elven Shirt should be on Kimi? And who is the Elven Shirt? God damn it. I don't know where Shirt is. It's still magic, okay. Is this normal? Who's using Quam? Yeah, it's magic, okay. Okay. Very good. Took forever, but this menu is obviously much easier when you don't have to move around all your gens for this boss fight. That is completely not part of the route.
I wonder who this hound here is.
Yeah, it's a bad dog. That's for sure. Gotta slap it. Bad dog.
He didn't seem to like it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't like being slapped like that. Wait, was I supposed to move around characters? I was. That's okay.
I think the front row is okay, so it shouldn't matter.
Alright, I need to move Karis and Deolu. Yeah, Alex is since Golden Sun 1, Alex has been manipulating everyone to do his work for you. Abyss Form, Weapon Grace, Boy, great. Drown, Cronite, Drowned on Blados because he's the one that is actually very scary here.
Bladders can stun people, he can instant kill people, so yeah.
Oh, it's not what I was supposed to do. Oh, well. I'll be fine. Clover. I think I'm not going to be fine, but let's find out. Okay. Yeah. Oh wait. Fume. What? Problem? Sir, we've got a problem. Sir, we've got a problem. Oh, yeah, right. That's why you want to judge first turn.
Pray.
No, it's fine. I've got a bunch of extra levels.
Also, Sveta just dealt 1000 damage in one action. That's more than a summon.
Actually, I'd rather Flux. Come on.
That's unfortunate.
It's okay. I'm just scared about my gym count right now.
Oh, nice. So this is the first phase, but there's a second phase too. And it's much more scary than this one.
So I'm supposed to have
The game is nice enough to give you a menu here to prepare.
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that. I will. Okay, I'm just going to do this one. I don't have access to Chasm, I don't have access to Ground, it's just... I messed up the fight. Just going to... let him kill me very fast.
If you die to Chaos Chimera, you don't have to do Chaos Hunt again.
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty sure that the boss fight is going to be very, very sucky anyway. And I'm not even sure I'm going to win, so I'd rather just reset straight up. Well,
reset.
okay, yeah. Good thing I didn't care because it was just going to Gin Blast me. Okay, cool. Cool.
Chin Blast and Retribution are both run killers, so yeah.
I'll get to explain, to go a little bit more in depth about this fight on the actual attempt. Okay. This boss fight is a pain, even with a proper setup, and without a proper setup, I don't think it's going to be worth it.
We just got a $25 donation from AE Smith 1313. Hooray for Golden Sun, even Dark Dawn, in quotations. Finish strong, LGG.
Thank you.
And a little bit of an update. I misspoke earlier. I said that at the end of this run was going to be the end of the donation center for the plushie. That's actually going to run all the way to the end of YS. So you guys do have a little bit more time to donate for that plushie. It's a $25 minimum.
Okay, so action menu. Wait, I want you in. What are you doing in here? Yeah. Reflex was buckle, scavenging sprays, rice with clover, chewy with magnet, scarce Moloch, spray, swaft, this Moloch goes with steel, with took, bar, what's up, swift, flint, fever, fever. Oh wait, fever is not here. Glow is Geo. Yeah. So that should be, yeah. Peony, a little bit matte. Here's Moloch. Okay. No, we're good. Let me check real quick if the gen menu is correct. Good. Yes, correct. Everything should be correct. Okay. I need to move around characters. Yes, see me. Smart. Sveta. Actually. Hold up. This doesn't sound right. Who's got granite? That wasn't up. Good thing I checked. I guess it's just this. Yeah. Liquid. This is fine. It's just taking a bit because I don't want to mix up.
Good luck.
Figure it out. So this boss fight has a lot of ways to end you. Right. Judgment. Thor. So if you see an attack called Retribution, it has a chance to KO someone and it's AoE. If you see Gin Blast, then it's Gin Blast. There's... that's a one. That's a death. Yeah, that's death.
This is the most inconsistent fight, final boss fight in the Golden Sun games.
It's just very, very stupid. So Gem Blast is instant loss.
It drains all the chin of one character, so it messes up your summons.
Granite, Judgment, Storm.
So it's basically hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
You can't really prepare for the worst.
Yeah, it's one of
completely random.
12.5% to happen. So like it's very, very much possible to happen. I think that means 1 out of 12, if I remember correctly. Carries with Halo. You Meteor, Chasm, Door. I am missing the gem. I think it's a Moloch that is. This. No. I'm just going to read it.
Oh, we have a $25 donation from Nightflyer with no comment on it, but thank you very much for that donation. Brings our total up to $4,696. Nice.
Very nice.
Curse with Elu. Meteor. Chasm. Chasm. Or. Why am I missing the shin? Fine. I don't understand. I'll see you later. I just hope for his best. There is something wrong with my menu. I don't know what it is. Trans Meteor Church and Bark.
Hey,
Now,
thanks
that
so much for
probably
all the
doesn't
positive
kill.
energy in chat. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let's see. Swift. Shooter. Alright. Yeah, there's something wrong with my gin. I have a lot of gins right now available. There. Progname. Ground. There we go. Time.
Oh, GG. You had me worried there.
507.
It's fine. Under control.
Looks like 507:35 is when I stopped the timer. GG. Great run, legrand.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Scuffed then, but what happens? So yeah, I hope you enjoyed Dark Dawn. Hopefully more of that in the future. The community around Golden Sun is really, really cool, and there's some really nice people and some really nice events going that's going to happen with the community. And I'd really like to thank again Felisa, Plexa, Regnatrace, Fulgur, for all the work they've done and finding all the glitches and all the strats. It was a pleasure to showcase them and to participate in this marathon. So yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, we sure appreciate it. You made a lot of those clips look really easy, but they are definitely not.
Oh no, it takes a lot of practice. We don't usually run RPGs for skillful stuff, but this game is thrilled about that.
We definitely appreciate it. And, check legrandgrand out. Check out his Twitch. Check out his socials. Austin 21300. We appreciate you being here and commentating, as well as Raffy. I'm sorry. Thanks to everybody who was putting this run together, as well as shout outs to Plexa, because I know they run this game quite a bit. We appreciate all the donations, and stay tuned because we got more content coming for you guys. We appreciate all the help, and don't forget that you could still donate now for that plushie. You could donate for the stream key. You could donate just to donate. Don't need a reason, and we appreciate all of it. We raised I'd say about $700 to $800 in this run, so it's a good step forward. And good morning to all those people that are just waking up. We're questing for glory, hope, and healing too. And we're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. If you guys could use that hashtag that we have set up, that would help us out too. The hashtag is in the description of the channel here. But just in case you happen to only be in earshot, that's going to be hashtag QFGHH2. And you can let them know that we're supporting NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness. They advocate, they raise awareness, they have education and support channels. You can call their phone number. You can visit their website, and they have all the tools that you need to be on top of your mental health care, which is a very, very important thing. But
Yeah.
we appreciate the follow. I'm sorry?
If I can have a last word, just
Sure.
remember that life is a treasure, and you should really care about yourself and care about others. And donating to NAMI is really a great way to do that. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You brought up a great point. As somebody who's suffered with the mental illness for a long, long time, NAMI is a really important charity, and they really help people out where they need it. But healing and help, it's there, and they make the process a lot smoother. So give them a call if you feel like you're not feeling yourself. Or I know a lot of us struggle with depression, and it's a good time to know that there's people out there to help you, and you can get better, and they'll give you the steps and tools to make yourself better. So thank you for NAMI. Thank you for the runner. Thank you for the commentators. Thank you for all the people behind the scenes that you don't see keeping everything running, especially the Wolf, High Spirits, Kios, everybody. I'd just like to thank everybody and giving me the opportunity to host for you guys and bring this stream to you. Definitely appreciate it.